again after the coffee break. So I see the situation is today a bit better in this meeting room, or maybe not. We don't know. There are still colleagues coming, but we need to start. So for the colleagues on the Quebec, so we are at the moment. I hope you use the right rules. So we are in the workshop feedback from the new space implementation of qualifications and roles and responsibilities. And to discuss this topic, I have excellent panelists. Just to clarify, we have many other colleagues who has supported the preparation of this workshop, but for 1 hour discussions, we will not have all of them on the table. So I want also to say so I have on my left side, so there's a colleague, I think you know, he doesn't need more introduction, Stéphane Boubeau. And this is very good because I don't need to put the ASA hat. So I have now on my right hand side, so Pete Mantas Caris, so the data vice president, and he will represent the UIS operator. Then we have, let's see, now we have Andrés Francois from Unifly. He's the CEO, but you have also a great experience as a traffic controller. And from Unifly, who is a technology provider. And the last but not the least, we have Daniel Garcia Monteabaro from United, and you are the head of the business, drones business development department. So you have been with United for a long time, and the development of the space much. We provide, of course, the perspective from single seas and USSP, but also from the state perspective. So we now wasting more time. Today is the share of experience about roles and responsibilities, and basically how the implementation is ongoing, where the challenges are in implementing the regulation, where the best practice that we have around the table, how we resolve those challenges where roles and responsibilities are difficult to define and agree. And to start to set the scene, I will invite Stéphane, who will present how the regulation is actually conceived in terms of roles and responsibilities. So Stéphane will present regulatory framework, drone conception, what is practically expected from the regulatory framework, the roles and responsibilities allocation when implementing the space regulation. Stéphane?
Yeah. So thank you, Maya, for the introduction. Thank you for all of you. Anyway, I know this slide. So I wanted just to represent in very brief manner, because I have 5 to 6 minutes to presentation for this slide. Just to say that we are in the roles and responsibilities are established by the regulation. I will not go to the details. If you want to understand a bit the reasoning behind how we end up with that regulation with all the articles, I recommend you to go back to the opinion where you will find already some reasoning for that. I wanted to show that you have articles or part of the regulation allocated to the member states. They have to do their due diligence. They may potentially delegate some tasks or activities or to rely on the industry to provide some support, but the single seat is not a competent authority. Neither a competent authority is providing operational information. The operators are at the center of the framework and are definitely in charge of safety to execute properly the operation and the services. They will rely for that on different information provided by the host stakeholders. We have discussed about the conspicuity. The INSP have to provide information and they need to do their due diligence in providing operational data and, for instance, dynamic discuss configuration. And today I would like really to focus on the part related to the single SISP and USSP. So, please. Starting from some notions that I think pop up during the discussion, and I want to clarify and call definitely that there is no notion of centralized architecture or decentralized architecture in use space. That does not exist. We are not discussing about centralized use space or decentralized use space. We are discussing about distributed or centralized common information service or centralized information policy if we have a single SISP. The single SISP, the roles are defined very precisely and clearly through the article 5, 6. You simply say that the member states may designate one organization that provides common information service. And guess what? They do the same in terms of role and responsibility that any other SISP. They provide the same type of information, except that they are a big data broker, one single so-called one for the interface, but they do not have more responsibilities, role and responsibilities that the single SISP in isolation. So there are no role of the single SISP to aggregate data, to check data, to arbitrate the data among USSP, for instance. Okay. Continuing to that, once again, you need to understand that the role of the single SISP, because the problematic is only on the single SISP today, are defined in Article 5, no more than that. So what is not in Article 5 does not exist and is not compliant with the regulation. We had a check with the legal department of EASA and discussion last week. That's pretty clear. I'm not entitled to change the role and responsibilities. For instance, in writing AMC saying the single SISP should do something else. Neither you do. I'm not allowed to change the role and responsibilities of the single SISP. Article 7 are defining the role and responsibility of the USSP. For instance, they need to exchange information among themselves. So that's primarily the responsibility to identify the way to exchange information. Next slide. I will come back to interoperability at the end of the presentation. Yesterday, we started to think about the new entrants that we have in the game. In the system, with external providers in terms of surveillance. We have companies providing inconspicuous information, so surveillance data. We have companies to provide weather information data to support the weather information service. Still the responsibility of the USSP. And last slide of yesterday was the old path of communication relying on the STM standard or the incoming EuroAK standards. So that's something we really want to allow. Big question will be, what is a good system for a given space? Need to be solved. And in terms of responsibility, I want to really clarify that will be the responsibility of the USSP per the Article 7 to ensure that this external service of exchange meets the performance requirement and is certified. So that will be their duty. So it's not the single SISP to take over that responsibility. And just to say that clearly the success of USpace, as we said yesterday, for the standardization inspection we are going to make it for each the member state, the interoperability that mostly rely on you in providing, when I say on you, the industry in providing the technical standard is absolutely key for the implementation. And we are discussing about business, etc. There are many questions and concerns about that. There will be no business, no possibility to move from one space to the space if the system is locked, it's not interoperable. Interoperable is more than open. Interoperable means the seamless integration. For sure, when you discuss the number, they are really keen to say, anybody can come to us and we'll be able to integrate. Yes, but if it costs a lot of re-engineering, different procedures, different mechanisms, that will not work. So interoperability means seamless integration. That's why I'm focusing so much on that concept when we discuss EuroAK or IST. That's it.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Thanks to all the speakers. Need to talk loud because the colleagues on the WebEx, there is this mic, so we really need to talk loud. So now, Bitmanta, so could you
Yes.
tell us from operator's perspective?
Yes, slides were prepared before. It's like I went and during I came up with idea. Most probably, situation reminds like this: when two young guys were invited to luxury lunch, where chefs are discussing what ingredients will be, what standards will be, how long it take to prepare one another dish, and so on. But no one tasted this lunch. No, there's the same station with U-Space. So now we're discussing about U-Space and roles and so on, but no one experienced how U-Space is working. You know? So we're speaking about architecture, about standards, how everything will be combined, what situation inside of U-Space, UTM will be, and what opportunities will open. So from what we had, so it looks like there's a lot of opportunities opened by U-Space, where there will be dedicated space where operators could fly safely and fly beyond visual line of sight and to do some activities. So my question, as drones are part of transport industry, how many of you believe that drones will be flown like for the sake of flying only? Would you raise a hand? So question is, how many, okay, so who of you believe that drones will be flown for the sake of just only flying or having, for the sake of flying? Yes. No one. Just for business? Yeah, majority. So that's a question, of why drones will be flying in, because they will do some business. And from transport perspective, some demand for that business will be derived from other businesses. Yes, because drones will be flying for just like to help infrastructure operators to inspect something, or like to deliver some parcels, cargo, and so on, medical equipment parcels. So it means that our business, drone business, will be part of other business. And in this case, usually also from transport economics, it goes like this: that transport perceived as a cost to final product. Yes, that's why end users, or let's say producers, of to whom we contribute by our service, they will try to lower our costs. And in this case, another thing, let's know we will be flying. What our needs are: to fly in safely, to be environmental friendly, also to ensure security, and to fly secure, not to harm, not only like a physically harm, but also from cybersecurity perspective, and to respect privacy of persons. And as you know, business also, our end clients will require some kind of also quality requirements, which could be described as to fly on schedule. Yes, for example, like with airline business, or like public transport. Yes, if public transport goes beyond or ahead of agreed schedule, we say this transport doesn't work. Especially here, I heard about Deutsche Bahn. Yes, so also should be about accuracy about delivering, because if we deliver, let's call it some parcel, maybe 3 meters aside, it would be like in another, let's say, premises, not in our premises. So also we'll fail to meet some standards. Also speed, because speed, that's why we're competing, why we're going to the place with probably bicycles or like other ground transport with drones, and also safety. So there are some hygienic, let's call it, requirements. which also most probably comes from other industries. But let's say that system must be interoperable, must speak with other systems, not only drone systems, but also systems which support the drone infrastructure operators systems, like meteor systems or vertiport management systems. Also, we expect that will be highly employed artificial intelligence, and many functions will be automated because when we speak about drone operations, we speak about like speed. Yes, there's no, if we haven't, let's say, no legacy aviation. Yes, the aircraft flying, let's say, 800 kilometers per hour, flies like on 10 kilometers altitude. So, so speed relevant, but it's not so relevant as, for example, flying on the street. And also, we expect that will be system will provide or assure compliance with safety standards and regulations to avoid paying some fines or being even terminated of license and so on. And also, what is important, it should be user friendly, because we speak about young people, young generation, which like loves user friendly interfaces. And also going back to some business requirements, which stems from business perspective, some precision on time, for example, real-time traffic flow adjustments. Because speaking about punctuality, yeah, because punctuality is some must. Punctuality is one of the key metrics for airlines, for example. And if we measure in airline business punctuality in minutes, most probably here will be measured in seconds. Also, accuracy in delivery. So you should provide accurate and also location data, allowing to precise drop off parcel, let's say, and also UTM also provide some obstacle avoidance, for example, like a premises, facility, buildings, even people, power lines. Also, it should be contribute to speed of service. That's why it's needed optimization of routes to providing shortest flying routes, and also to provide information about probably drones. Right now, we speak about 1 or 2 drones in a year, but in the future, we'll probably have like 100 drones in a year with many providers. So it most probably will be some congested areas where drones should avoid, or let's say, drone operators. Some standard service level agreement most probably will be like also signed with drone operators. That's where some agreed metrics will be in place, and that's why UTM should help drone operators to meet service level agreements. And speak about, in general, about operation of drone park, drone fleet. It's very important. It's about batteries and resource management, because for accurate prediction of flight time will allow to less, most probably, battery swap activities, and also about less operators maybe on a swap and so on. So that's all from my side, but also want to say that I'm speaking about U-Space, latest ATM master plan draft, where I see that U-Space, first U-Space will be implemented next year, and widely implemented in Europe from 2030s only. So a little bit step back from European ambition, but if we take, let's say, parallel with ATM systems, which were first appears 40 years later than the commercial operation started, So I guess we are on the right track.
Okay. Thank you very much, Manta. So, very interesting request from the U-Space, so from the UIS operators on U-Space services. And I already noticed some of the requested data that you have. At the moment, they are not part of U-Space services, but we will then come up on this topic later on. Now I invite Andres to give the perspective from Unify, and I think you are following on the discussions yesterday with Spoon.
Yes. Yeah. So I will not explain just my view on this. So it's actually the Belgian U-Space, which I will explain. Where we have a U-Space, sorry, a CESAR project, a U-Space project called Birdie, which we actually see as an enabler of U-Space in Belgium. And the first U-Space we foresee is the Port of Antwerp-Bruges. I will actually explain a bit more later on about this. Now, the success of having this kind of drive to actually get this U-Space up and running, having the airspace risk assessment, everything else actually starts with having the involvement of all relevant stakeholders. And I just added them there, and I think there are even more. But like we all know, the Content Authority is key. We have single SIS, we have ATSP, we have USSP, local authorities, Port Authority, police, already mentioned by Stefan before. We have Belgian Defense even, which we actually are in contact with, and of course, and not quite important, of course, the drone operators, which are key in U-Space. So a bit more information about actually Port of Antwerp-Bruges, because I think you hear a lot about it, but this is actually the Port of Antwerp-Bruges. It's not just one area, it's actually two areas. So you see on the left to the coast, you see actually the Bruges area, and the Antwerp area, like the one with a lot of colors and so on, that's actually the Port of Antwerp. And the yellow piece is the CTR of Antwerp. So it's quite complex. On the other hand, it's quite unique and quite ideal, because beforehand the Port of Antwerp area was already a restricted area, Cartegrove of 5.4. Nevertheless, there were already helicopters flying over there, which were required to file for a prior permission request. You also have, let's say, some heliports over there, some very overlapping small glider fields. So quite ideal. Quite complex. We actually choose this one as not only at the first U-Space location, but we already have a UTM running over there. There are already automated drones flying over there. And I will, later on, I will explain a bit, I have a nice overview, how we do it now in a kind of a pre-U-Space era, and how we actually move from pre-U-Space towards U-Space. And also, of course, with the focus on our own responsibilities. High level, this is the Belgian U-Space, which we aim to actually go live towards in 2025. To actually highlight a few key stakeholders here, we have the ATSP SKYS, so there's Belgian ANSP, of course, which is responsible for controlled airspace. Nevertheless, SKYS also operates as a single SIS, and they will also act as what we call the U-Space coordinator. And then, of course, we have the first USSP, but of course not the only one, Skydrone. And as you see, we also make sure that we actually will welcome other USSP as well in Belgium. There's a green box. So this is the high-level architecture overview of Belgian U-Space. So as far as said, we have single SIS as U-Space coordinator. Here you see, let's say that it's the single SIS who coordinates, well, the USSP coordinates with each other through actually the single SIS. The reason why we chose this is just at that time, it was the easiest way to actually implement something. We know we are still working on the standards. They are not ideal yet, but again, we believe this was the easiest one to actually start with. And of course, we will look at other standards which are now already there, like for example, the ASTM one, where flight authorization, for example, is coordinated. But yeah, this is a selection we made. And then this is the overview, which I actually wanted to quickly highlight concerning roles and responsibilities. So on the left side, we have the today situation with the pre-use space area, pre-use space situation. So also very important, this pre-use space implementation was created based on the regulation of 947, which was established in 2019. There, the Port Authority actually took the lead to, next to security, also will provide some UTM services for the safety reason. So we don't have any USSP, single sys, or SCICE even responsible. There is, although, some coordination, because as you know, there is some overlap between controlled airspace and the Port Authority, the Port of Antwerp area. Now in 2025, of course, we have 664, which will also be introduced. And what is quite interesting, because the Port Authority still will play a role here, but not the safety role anymore. The safety role will be now replaced by having, of course, USpace. So then, of course, we have the USSP and the SIS, the single SIS, which will be there. But like what I said, the Port Authority will still play a role on security, because they want to know who is actually taking off, landing at their site, because that's their responsibility, their accountability. They also want to know, let's say, for example, you have chemical plants over there, who is actually flying over there, what is the risk? They're even looking actually at drone detection. The Port of Antwerp is, for example, one of those ports where there's a lot of illegal activity, so they also want to know what is actually happening over there. And then, first step is, of course, uncontrolled airspace. As a next step, we will actually evolve. We will look at that small piece, which I said was overlapping with controlled airspace, which will also then be included. So this means the inclusion of not as SCICE, because SCICE is already involved as single SIS, but SCICE as an ANSP will be involved. And of course, at that time, we will look at dynamic checklist configuration. So this is the kind of the plan and the roles and responsibilities when we look at the Belgian USpace, and specifically towards the Belgian port. And then to finalize, actually, we'll talk a very bit about the airspace risk assessment. So, the airspace risk assessment of the Port of Antwerp-Bruges, how we actually did it is that we created the Belgian USpace CONOPS, and the USpace CONOPS actually defines a kind of it defines a methodology which was derived from the European regulation, and we translated it into a Belgian national framework. So it was mostly led by SCICE in coordination with the competent authority. And of course, when you do the ARA, they look at a specific location, and then they actually made these calculations. There are a few assumptions. Yeah, of course, I can go through all the numbers, but that's not objective today. But on the left side, you see, let's say it's grouped in 3 groups. One of the things of the ARA is the UES capability and performance requirements. We deliberately said, no, we are not going to actually look at this, because if you do this, you might exclude certain UES. So we said, like, no, we actually will focus on operational conditions. So this is actually a choice we made. And yeah, so this is actually currently the published ARA, which will be used for the Port of Antwerp-Bruges. Yeah. So yeah, this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andres, for the insight on how roles and responsibilities are being discussed and allocated in the implementation in the Port of Antwerp-Bruges. And of course, is a very specific environment. The colleagues yesterday from HHLA also said, the similar implementation in the Port of Hamburg, so a lot of lessons learned from Bob. And now we go to Daniel. So how is from candidate single SIS as well as a candidate USSPs for certain operations? So how is the implementation, both and responsibilities and your experience?
Yes, the difference a little bit is, as you mentioned, that ENAIRE as another INSPs in other European countries are doing the approaching of going to the certification of the single CISP at the same time of the USSP. And we are going to talk about our experience. First of all, well, this is the diagram, very similar to other, in order to know the roles and responsibilities. In this case of Spain, why is the main difference? The main difference, for instance, is in the upper part, we have the US operator registration is not under our system. It's in the AESA or the National Safety Authority. They have registration, so the single CISP, for instance, have all that information in order to check the existence of the operator license, etc. And of course, we can see the USSPs, the CISP, what we call the Audi, that it will be further explained, that is the authority user digital interface. Okay, it's the interaction for the authorities. And this interface, it's quite important because it links with local authorities, Ministry of Defense, for instance, even also, as you can see to the right, to the USpace local coordinator. That ENAIRE, for instance, is not going to be a USpace local coordinator. It will be an agency or an entity that will be locally in the USpace volume. That it's linked to the local authority. And of course, we have below, in a general way, the national authority roles and responsibility and the competent authority, that is AESA in the Spanish case. We want to show an example how is the airspace risk assessment coordination mechanism. The highest authority in Spain for airspace management is what you see, that is TIDETRA, that is the Transport and Defense Interministerial Committee. This is quite similar in other countries. And there is a support team for that it's for all the geozone information and publication. And USpace is inside this group. So it cannot be seen very well, but the project manager of the ARA is ENAIRE because of the single CISP role in Spain. It's going to be also the coordinator for every airspace risk assessment in USpace. What is the core team in this group? It's of course AESA, it's ENAIRE, and the USpace local coordinator in order to know the specific details of each USpace volume. And then is the support team for the validation of the ARA. We are still in development, the whole process. We have like 20-some different process and different flow communication between the different entities. And I think it's going to be published quite soon. And we want to mention that Eurocontrol is supporting us for the first USpace volume. Okay, and that is in the middle. Well, about the how is the system, how is the different services? It's quite similar. For instance, from the Andres example, we have what we call the UHAB platform. What we have the CIS module with all the services that refers the Article 5, right? And where all the information goes to the USSP. And this kind of architecture with this information exchange module between the USSP was already introduced by Stefan as one of the examples for the connectivity between different USSPs, and for instance also the Belgium. And the rationales when we started to deploy the system, there wasn't only the HTML data format was to apply, that we applied with the HTML data format, but the interchange we do it about this information exchange module. This is what it's in Eurocal development also, the standard, and it's important to mention. Then we have the Audi module that was introduced earlier for the interface to the authorized users with the dark functionality, with the ATNs and other another entities, and we will see advantages later on. Just to mention also, in parallel to, of course, to the CISP certification, we are certifying also the USSP. That's the reason we can see on the left side the NAIRE logo in the USSP. And this schema with 3 USSPs is what we're using in the UWelcome project. In the UWelcome project, we have 3 different USSP roles from ITG and as Logic, the University of Barcelona, and we are doing demonstration with these 3 USSPs.
That's right.
And also to mention that we are in contact with other USSPs to have additional tests beyond the UWelcome projects. Well, interaction with authorities through this you have audit module. What are the advantages? Because, for instance, the US operators, and it's something that is a bit Mantas mentioned, the need of have an easy connection and more simple connectivity for the operation is to have a one-stop shop for the coordinated operations, for instance, with GeoZone managers. The ED318 mentioned who are the point of contact with authorities that have the GeoZones, and that could be managed through this of the module. And of course, the local USpace coordinator. We've seen previously presentations of the EAM hub, the Innovative Air Mobility Hub, but there is missing this link between the cities and the USpace operation. This is, for instance, an implementation of this connectivity between the cities and the USpace. It can be done by other means, but this is quite an example. Additional capabilities. Well, besides other modules that you can see, like the legal recording of CISP or USSP is something that is, of course, mandatory. In Spain, the conspicuity, because we don't have providers now for e-conspicuity any USSP, we are using a project that is in an area for general aviation to install affordable conspicuity sensors in order to test their reliability and how safety is the signal, continuity, etc. So it's going to be very similar, like in Belgium, we are going to start with a restricted operational area in Benidorm, because as you see earlier in Vladimir's presentation, there is not yet maturity for the conspicuity solution from operational use, only situational awareness. So we'll use that as a situational awareness information, but not operational data. And of course, as the example of Kai and Ian, the Innovative Air Mobility Hub, also can be integrated the local GNSS information or the signal coverage, etc. This can be done also through these kind of modules to the users. And of course, very similar also, you can obtain support to the SORA or to test the airspace risk assessment performance requirements through this module from the authority if it's needed. And last but not least, because we are applying for CISP and USSP, is very important the business separation, of course. The independence between the ANSP and CISP service, it's been done in ENAIRE from some years ago. It's totally separated, the business. And of course, the development of the system of the USSP and the CISP, it's also separated with accounting. The staff involved also, it's separated because in ENAIRE, we have a report tool for the workers, so you can report for the project of the USSP and the CISP, so the accounting is different. And the CISP, although in the starting period we will not charge 21, but in the future the main incomes, of course, will come from the USSP. But don't forget that there are other stakeholders like authority, general users that are also part of the CIS information. And of course, as I mentioned before, we are doing analytical accounting, of course, to remove all USpace codes in an area from the route check coast to the airline some years ago. That's all examples.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for the insights. I think it's very important to already calm down a few of the participants of the removal of the cost for USSP from the airlines cost. Of course, it was one of the key questions, at least for those who know the SAS system, the PRB analyze. So it's an important point. Before, so I have my own questions for the panelists, but I think it's time to go to the Slido. Do we have questions? Yeah, we do. Oh, okay. So then I need to do stop now. Yep. Yeah. Where's my right now? Yeah, good point. Yeah. Or no, so here we go. Why should USpace aerospace be implemented in some smaller parts of the country? It makes no sense. We will opt in glass gold. Aerospace is possible without USpace aerospace. It's time consuming. Accept the risk and start small with a specific rule and performance requirement and XUIS. So many questions here. Some questions. Probably I give the floor a little bit. I could have the tendency to Stefan, but maybe he will need to address many other questions. So I will give the floor to Daniel. So why should space aerospace be implemented in the smaller parts of the country?
Well, in our case, it's not the smaller parts, it's the Benidorm city. That is it's non-controlled space. It's a quite big city with skyscrapers, and I think it's a very interesting use case from urban environment. We have other use space volume like Coruña, Zaragoza, so it's not really small parts of it.
Very small parts.
We are going,
where needed.
Yes, we are going one by one.
So it has been one of the topics. So use space is implemented where needed, where there is a business need. So it's something at the end. Someone needs to pay the services, and Big Mantas want the service, but he ultimately is interested in operations, not on buying service for the sake of buying service. So obviously he will buy the service if it is needed. For instance, if he operates with many other operators in the same aerospace, if you have only one operation, maybe there are other more affordable means to support that operation. Ara is time consuming. Andres? No, it's okay, now we go back. Ada is time consuming. You said Ada is too time consuming.
Yeah, again, I didn't execute the ANA, so I'm not the expert.
Not the expert. It is. We have the feedback that it is until we have experience.
It's just a risk assessment is also coordination processes involved, etc. It is time consuming, but it's necessary.
It's
you
necessary.
need to have
Yeah, you cannot start implementing a huge operations in an area without having properly
what's your blind.
It's one-time exercise.
It's one-time exercise.
I think coming back maybe and linking this, the reason why we have smaller farms, because you also need to make sure that you have the coverage over there, your network coverage, you make sure, let's say, that the nodes which are actually flying over there, that they have connectivity. So that's why we start with a smaller part, because if you want to roll out use space in the entire country, it means you also need to make sure you have entire coverage. Nevertheless, I think I do agree with, let's say, for example, the last part, like, for example, start small, yeah, but like outside, yes, they've also drones flying vehicles, drones flying automated, everything else, a specific price. You don't need to have use space to actually start locally visual stops. Use space makes it much more easier and more scalable. But But yeah, I think, and I don't want to open Pandora's box, but my opinion is really it's an outside new space in the future. And I'm not so new space service providers, let's say, I think they can actually play like a role outside use space to help their own operators to actually help them get their SORAs and say much quicker and help the competent authority. So I think for this reason, I think it's like maybe use space light. It's a bit like uncontrolled, also uncontrolled airspace. There is minimum set of services provided by ATC. Similar could be done outside use space.
Ok, vous certaines confusions.
Yes.
In the geo zone. There is a question which received at the moment 5 points. So, do the centralized implementations presented here meet the requirements outlined by Stefan at the beginning regarding interoperability and not just open-ended requirements, post-on adaptation or the development of a new product? So I will give it the floor to Stefan, but more, we need, of course, I need to clarify. So Stefan and myself, as he presented yesterday, will go on a standardization inspection, so the ultimate compliance of any implementation with the access at the moment. I think here we can clarify any roles and responsibilities, no, Stefan?
Yes, the answer is partially yes, partially no, it's not okay. There are several reasons for that. So anyway, the system must remain open. So if the system are currently open for the integration of any USSP coming to the single SIS, that's the fundamental things to ensure first. The business space must not be closed and only accessed by some of the organization. There is a notion of non-discriminatory provision of the services. It's absolutely wrong. In terms of interoperability, we are in halfway. Different reasons. The first one being that we don't have the standards. Maria started to hit that point in 2018, if I remember well, saying to the industry, we need to ensure interoperability. You need to work alongside the development of the framework in order, at the end, for us, EASA, to have the technical means to, I was thinking to say mandate, but it's a bit like that, to say the industry, please use the standards and make sure that the interoperability will be fulfilled. Today we are halfway because we have some STM standards that can already be used, and they are called EMC, and you're okay, even if you're a bit late then, but still actively working on the development of the standard. And I look on Daniel, you may complete, we have then an issue for the implementation. Because they want to be interoperable, they want to use the Eurocase standard, so yes, they will be compliant, but they are lacking the data. That poses a problem for certification, because if standard is not yet there when they will be certified, what do we do? So we are in the intermediate area, or the industry is anyway willing to make that happen, but doesn't have the material. So we may manage that through the installation with limitations and certificates. We are discussing how to integrate. Yeah.
So
I have one question on this. So related to the SIS functionality. So when we saw the Daniel presentation, there is SIS with the steroid. So there's really a lot of function services around the SIS. And I didn't see it from other presentation that there is such a heavy SIS functionality there, like the authorization, for example. I recall that you have a model authorization. Is it still aligned with the regulation and the expectation you have?
So it's not in the SIS. If we come back to the slide of Daniel.
Okay, so to be clear, it was not still connected to the same entity, which is managing that. So it's like centralized.
It's not SIS. It's a different module, and it's related to the authority digital interface. It can be used or not. It's an example how can be deployed the ED318 capabilities of the GeoZones when you need request authorization that can be used, but it's not CIS.
Okay, sure. But that was an IRA who managed that.
Yes, it's an IRA. Yes, it's not in an IRA, but could be in a ministry or another entity. Yes, it's with what we got there. But it's not CIS. It's not.
I was more asking if it's not going into the centralized piece. That we centralize a lot of functions, maybe not in SIS, but in other domain, where we were talking that there is this distributed model where USSP has some services. And then another question is, is it still valid business for USSPs if we delegate some function to this authority?
If I may answer something, so your concern is valid. We don't want to have single seat under steroid, like you say, and centralizing more responsibilities that those are defined in the Article 5. So I don't believe that then the USSP will lose something if we have an entity centralizing those interfaces. I more see that as an enabler. It's easier for USSP to connect if there is something already able to host their system. But I see that as a facilitator. The question is very relevant still on the role and responsibilities, how to make sure that indeed we keep that separation and how to certify them. So concretely speaking, how to ensure the proper implementation, development, analysis of the satisfaction of the performance requirement, ability to connect between USSP, etc. So all those things we have started to discuss a bit with NRA, but we have the same model in other countries. So it's not NRA matter or Spanish matter. We have some kind of framework elsewhere. We need to clarify that indeed, and to make sure, as I said, that it's still under the responsibility of the USSP. So we need to provide the USSP the sufficient level of information to make it certified, implemented, etc. Yeah.
And I think in addition, I mean, there are still implementations, but correct me if I'm wrong, unless, so I guess there is no a requirement to use this extra service. Is a proposal, I understand, but if a USSP will come, he says, but I use a different or services, I don't know, different, I have my own antennas for electronic conspicuity, I guess, but this is something, as I said, we will see on the standardization inspections, how is the actual implementation, because at the moment we don't have all the data to assess. But what we need to prevent, of course, that is an imposition that you need to use these extra services for that implementation. There is one question, is definitively a workshop here.
Yeah,
so
going to the same direction like Sebastian just asked, because when we looked at the presentation that Manta shared and all the features and functions, I mean, this is not just, okay, we share information and this is, like there you need some really processing power to do technical, to do this AI supported rerouting and all this. And now my question is, when we look at the module, what I think Danielle showed from Spain, where would all this be located? And where would then, when we look at this, the decentralized version where we have USSPs, would this be anywhere possible to locate this with the USSPs, or would we have to put this, let's not call it CISP, let's call it centralized system, sorry, would we have to put it there? And then what would be the function of USSPs? This is only reduced then to a little bit provocative maybe, to user interface. Like where's the processing power when we look at not just the information sharing, but all the features that I think where we would have to get to that Manta shared, where would this be put? I think this is like, I don't know, to me, I mean, a question, yes.
It's a fair question. I mean, this, what you are describing is definitively not compliance with the regulation. So that model is not. So the USSPs, they have roles and responsibilities, like the operators have roles and responsibilities. We are not talking so far about them, but they have clear roles and responsibilities in the US space. So everybody has this. But I think, Daniel, you perhaps can reply. So he said ultimately, if all the let's say the services and the change and all the services are centralized in that module, that is not the CIS, in a module, then ultimately the roles and responsibility of the CIS will be a sort of interface with the operators.
Where would you put the technical deconfliction rerouting, like the AI supported rerouting? Where would you put this?
In between the exchange information between the USSPs. It's something that has to be done between the USSPs.
So I mean centralized, because exchange information was in the central positions.
No, it's the only it's concerning the exchange module, but it's in the USSP, we don't check anything. It's the solution.
Daniel, I'll ask a clarification question which will probably address the question, because I think the simple question is that module, the way you showed in your architecture, does that belong, can that module technically be distributed and multiple USSTs hold that module versus just being one instance of that module? That is the question I think everyone is trying to ask. So that's what, so
It's basically a
would love to hear an answer to that.
If I may, the thing I would say is that when we're talking about the use space services, they are regulated services and the responsibility of the provision is on the use space. All these aspects of, for example, network deconfliction, ground risk maps, optimization of flight routes, these are not regulated. It's not the regulation. So if some entity wants to provide some additional value today, it's not.
No, I think fair. I think, but the question is, can there be multiple instances of that? Because in this architecture, it seems there's just one instance that can provide that. But if there can be multiple instances of that, I think that answers the question here. So that's, maybe you can clarify, Sammy. Is that an option or is that not an option?
Colleagues, you need to speak loud because otherwise the colleagues on the WebEx, I think they are lost now. So we need to speak loud.
the microphone. Maria, the microphone.
That's a good thing. I want you to come now.
Okay, so let's try to answer the question.
Apparently, it doesn't help because still the already mic for the WebEx is that. So if you have a mic, we will hear you better, but not then. I don't know why.
Danny, maybe you can stand up and see all the answers.
So Stefan Green and then Daniel.
So a little clarification to at least to show how we perceive, make sure understand how we perceive the proposal. If indeed this centralized part or common interfaces between USS start to manipulate the data, that's not the thing we want. We want to have a way to exchange information. So it's a pure pipe of information, no operational control, no arbitration between flight authorization, not this kind of thing. So that's the scope us EASA we are looking at. If there is something then different, we will have to discuss. But here we see really information exchange means what it means, just a pipe of data in order to communication and the integration of USSP. No more than that. Little things, you are, I think, referring to DSS, and that's what.
No, that was not what. I think that we're not talking
about the similar thing because the DSS can be hosted by each of the USSP, but you may also have a centralized one.
Yeah. So
the question will be the same. If we have a centralized thing, how to make sure that they are all connected, that the central pieces of service or external services is properly developed, etc. We also may have, again, a central DSS. It's not prevented.
No, so the question is, that's what I think everyone is trying to hear from. Yeah. If that's an option to have single instance or multiple instances of that, doesn't matter where they are hosted. But is the architecture that you have proposed, does it allow for multiple instances or does it have to be a single instance?
I'm not sure. No, I'm not. It's done with these exchange services. The idea is to have distributed exchange services for use space volumes. Okay, for different use space volumes. But it can be done with external other services. The conspicuity hasn't to be only applied by United. It can to be other external conspicuity. But in this case, there are not other providers. And the same for the GNSS information can be also
value
external.
Yeah, but if I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I'm just trying to understand. I think what you're saying is possible to have multiple entities doing this.
Doing this? What do you mean for this?
Exchange service that allows the communication between the different USSPs, or does it have to go through that one entity, or can there be multiple instances of these entities that synchronize data and you go through that?
It has to be analyzed because the information exchange service also is the link with the authorities to know information about the traffic controllers. Okay. How you, with your solutions, communicate with ATC control. With this information exchange, directly you are connected to the ATC controller and the dynamic expert configuration, etc. So we are giving a solution where maybe in other places there is no solution yet. So we are having a solution. The conformance monitoring. Also, we have developed a standard for conformance monitoring and cloud authorizations because ATC has to know what is the priority if there is going to be drone operation with priority. Okay, according to the 665. How do you do that? nowadays. With this information sharing, the ATC controller has that information. If the priority information, if there is a priority information, they see the drone in a different way. So what we have done is to put solution to the space regulation, and the only thing is to try to move it to apply with 100% of the ANC that were published later. Okay.
Thanks, Annie. And I didn't want to cause confusion. I'm just trying to understand where things are. I think it's a work in progress. So thank you for the answer.
So yeah, so questions, and then we try to go. Okay, we are really late. I think we need for this topic. Well, we are now on time, but I would like to take. So one or two two questions from here, and one question from there. I think for this topic we will need more or less the whole morning.
Yeah.
So not 1 hour. I think we are grasping a bit the problem with no solution. So yeah.
Yes, and with my question, one of those questions also goes away. But that's good. There was talk about demand-driven, let's say, attribution of use space locations, etc. The question is also partly my question. How is this demand captured? Because we do literally today, have the situation that we are going to fly in an area where we have identified another operator who also starts now with state aircraft, we with medical cargo, in the same area, both BVLOS actually. And now we are coordinating between ourselves to make sure that there is no conflicts, but obviously U-Space would be a better solution. So what would be the advice there? How can we capture? Because they have been preparing themselves, thinking that they were the only ones. We have been preparing, thinking that we were the only ones. So, and now we are there together. So that's.
So this is definitively the chicken and egg exercise that there were some colleagues yesterday putting is how to recapture the demand. I mean, we suggest to contact the civil aviation authorities, but of course, then so that all demands are driven by them, and then they will be then a distribution on how to organize the areas, the coordination. There might be areas where the NSP may not be even interested on doing anything, so then you need to organize yourself. So
I think we should give up.
Yeah.
Let's say, I think we most probably both of you found Sora. So I think specific to that location, or what is the generic one?
It is, well, the thing is, the other ones are state aircraft.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's a more difficult one. And we found out because of the GeoZone that we were in touch with, also got a request from them. And that's how we got in touch. It's just, let's say, organic, that contact came up. So,
but it's definitely something we need to discuss with the national authorities, how we centralize all these demands that then later on things can take. But yeah, I would say the first suggestion is to go to the civil aviation authority with the request, the demands, and then we analyze should go from there.
We only to mention that in Spain we have a procedure with the authority to the Ministry of Land. And there is a point of contact, and from there is the request of the space, etc. But it's needed that the space local coordinator is being charged also of the definition, view, deployment, etc. So that's very important. But it starts with industry demand, or with a business case, specific business case, and then.
Just about that, I was going to say that I like the notion of local coordinator, and I think we need to carry out, as I said yesterday, on the next NCGM, or at least to discuss about it. You know why and what you need to do for that. U-Space, there is no clear criteria. If you go to the recited, it's as soon as the other methods to ensure safety of the operations are not any effective. So we cannot ask the authorities to, on a paper approval, to make deconfliction of the operation. That will not work. So you may have alternative means to coordinate 1-to-1, 1-to-2, 1-to-Q, and for the coordination of the operations. At some point, it will not work. So why U-Space? You need U-Space when you have multiple operations occurring at the same time in a limited airspace volume. So that's why you need U-Space, because all the other means will not be efficient to ensure the deconfliction of the operations and the proper coordination with the actors. So that's, high level qualitative, but there is no other way to explain why it's needed. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And the last, the gentleman over there was.
So I have a question for Anders and Daniel because they have prototype use cases running right now. So what is the kind of diversity and density of traffic that you're dealing with in your implementation at the moment? And do you think your architectures can be validated for scalability already at this stage?
Yes, well, the system is developed in cloud environment, so we have scalability and prepare for more operations. But nowadays, currently, we are only having a few operations in demonstration part because we don't have the space yet. But in ULCOM project, we have 8 different locations and we are running demos. For instance, this week we have a demonstration in Zaragoza with different USPs. But the order of magnitude is 20, 30 drones. It's not 100 or 100.
And the last one?
Different question to what I asked before. Question to Mantas and then maybe to Stefan. What you showed as a kind of end result, end stage of a use space, all the services, what do you think what would be the target price for an operator for a single flight? Because I'm not nailing you down on it, but it's just like what
It's not about presentation about 200 guys invited to the luxury dinner. Yes? So we don't know what service will be, how
what do you think would be, because we talked about business cases, what do you think would be a realistic price that an operator could pay? And especially because
also,
you said
it depends on the volume. For example, if we have a use space, tablet, let's say, 10 operators with 100 drones, yes, flying most probably every 10 minutes, yes, it could be like a 50, most probably something even less. Because now we're speaking about scalability of operations. Like, for example, we speak about air traffic management. So, air traffic controller could handle effectively most probably 40 aircraft at the same time in the airspace. Yes?
A bit less.
Yes, but let's go 40, yes?
Very good.
So, very good, yeah. Here we have like a problem with thousands of drones in a very small area, and those drones will generate huge traffic, you know. And I think even having like a 20 cents or €1 generates huge amount of money. Because it's not going to scale.
Maybe it's 20 cents to €1, and then maybe Stefan, what do you think on the ASA's like? What's your target?
No idea. Simply because it's not the economic parts of the system is not an overshoulder. We understand data. And I'm not a financial specialist. I'm engineer. We can discuss about interfaces, protocol, and so on at the price of a service.
The key point is to match a bit the cost per flight on what the market can bear and what is the IDs that is to be allocated, and if there would be a difference, to start looking for another source.
And it's a question, what's the value for the operators in this use space? So if they can reduce the burden, and the question what's the burden, then they can pay, I guess, even €10 if this really reduces the speed of the operations. At least I can understand in this way. So it's more what your JEDA members can really somehow support today, or what they have in mind to pay to reduce the burden. I mean, it might be the cost. If they create a service which valuable more.
It's not about indeed what the operators want to pay, it's what the customer
Yes,
wants to
right.
pay.
Because transportation cost is a part of
The customer is quite price elastic, I would say.
So, sorry colleagues, now we need to basically break for lunch, and we continue for those of you who follow any particular break. Thank you very much. I don't talk to the first one on the right. Sorry, my bad.
Sí, le damos claro, la pasamos trabajando también con eso es un problema. Y el DSS lo puede identificar, al final el reglamento es que tienen que intercambiar certificados los servicios.
But in any case, I will try to scan this one again.
Empezamos a mandar todos los datos de control. Hombre, el caso de
Yes, I think it's, but the moment we are now.
María, el año 2017 se puede que transformación global. No, no, no. ATS hay información que va a hacer información de lista de es la información del control que llega. Sí, lo que quiere decir Dani. Lo que decía de controladores es la parte de para que el terminal para el datos para que pueda reconfigurar el espacio aéreo que ahora es el 665. Pero que eso María ya lo hablamos.
Yes.
Singapore's are easier. We have a decentralized.
Very, very.
Es el mensaje.
So you could say, well, this type of activity.
The whole country. La cuestión es la de una manera que se tiene una funcionalidad que es la el USB sabe que el otro lado. Encima el lápiz no entiendo.
Yeah, so we
tenemos que mencionar hay que evolucionar. Esto es lo que has dicho. Vinieron los americanos al tema de la sostenibilidad y tal, y ahora estás parado, ellos han dicho. Vale, bueno, pero es que María piensa de eso.
Yeah, it's alive, but no.
Estamos trabajando también en ello, María, para que no haya problemas. Pero tenemos los departamentos que tienen que entenderse a través de la CTM o el lápiz. Eso no lo ponen.
So in terms of that's also the reason to look at that because there's I'll show you
Est-ce qu'on peut
How the religions
last century.
Oh,
that's right. Yeah, because the thing is, we see that some of and I think that was a lot of
by rustic and
and I think now it's completely changed.
casino.
They're using centralized platform.
I remember like I think it was already centralized.
Consagement Center anche con la slide.
I made a diagram. Common information service provider.
So you managed to look me up on it?
Yeah,
I'll go outside and
Hi, hi. Good to see you.
Yo no lo veo, tienes una cosa. Un segundo, cuando comemos para
I'm inviting. Even now, contact with my colleague on
En ese sentido, no. Si tú te puedes hacer eso, tú sí puedes estar. Es lo que tú quieres, ¿no? La actividad no se tiene. En Estados Unidos van a
Dans la flexibilisation,
Eso sí que lo puedes tener. En serio, son flexibles. Igual tienes un single disk para un space, tienes un single change Tema de escalabilidad.
bonne semaine de travail. Courage. Merci beaucoup en tout cas. Je vous envoie un mail avec une invitation. Merci. Vamos a comer.
Sí.
Shall I go or shall I stay? Actually, that's maybe Stefan, that's a good one about these areas where we is coordinating operators, so we make sure that we are already prepared for the interoperability.
They would demonstrate this. They would the USSPs to really not contribute to this. Because the USSP value would be really mean. It would be like interface, whatever. There would be no authorization inside because authorization happens.
The way to
So that's a great clarification because here is what authorization.
That's what I say. Just like that. So, the other models where so we have the inspections, but we don't to do the operational process.
That's important, and I know that they have their ambitions. I know that they have ambitions to make this. I've been talking to them long, and I remember their project. This is they have no they have once
I know. So we try to I tried to expand yesterday because it's fine.
So I think that this is when I contributed to this European discussion, and Diogo Domingos was there. There is a two camps. One camp is what I present here with Diogo. Another camp is a group of people saying, yeah, it's good, but we want to have this centralized and combined goals. I hear that. Because that's really reflecting to the certain implementation because it's obviously that. Exactly. Okay, so I will discuss that. Stefan, ciao, ciao.
C'est une information. Tu vas directement.
Ouais, mais faut qu'ils te disent une interface avec le NSP. Ou alors c'est les USSP qui doivent aussi faire l'interface.
L'interface, elle est descendante. Regardez les schémas que j'ai donné hier. Même ce matin, c'est descendant. C'est du NSP down to le interface point. Et c'est le pipe data broker, c'est le single SSP. Par contre, il y a très peu d'informations qui remontent de l'USSP dans les single SSP. C'est juste le crédit. Alors, c'est un choix.
Ça veut dire que si le NSP demande d'être autorisé,
Mais il n'a pas demandé. Voilà, voilà. C'est bien simple. Il n'y a pas vraiment.
alors je ne comprends pas comment.
Alors là, on parle. Mais c'est pas le bout de la liste. C'est pas le bout de la liste. C'est une spécification.
Ça va juste se désactiver quand il y a
une boîte.
Gros sympathique.
Ce que je veux dire, c'est
Oui, dit tout à l'heure, tu as dit de faire ce que je me suis
C'est ici que tu es?
pour être là.
Eh ben, c'est avec toi que je suis.
Je vais expliquer avec lui. C'est ce que je veux dire. Si vous parlez des textes, c'est juste un avis. Mais je ne vais pas m'appuyer dessus. Oui, c'est ça. Je ne vais pas le. C'est le droit boss. Merci beaucoup. J'ai l'éducation, c'est pas ça.
Et une deuxième fois, c'est justement un petit peu considérer qu'on peut l'interopérabilité ensemble, c'est pas mal. Les choses avancent avec.
Il y a du monde.
C'est bon,
Si, mais la femme,
Pretty much, hello. We are getting close. Are you? Maybe it's like ending. Are you positive? Sure. Meaning I need to think. No, it looks like Germany. Everybody works now. You have this stereotype of Germans. Yes, 9 o'clock in the morning, they get up and cool, just throw the towel and go to bed again. I saw even glasses on the chair. Next time I take as I announced yesterday, already during the day. Now it's like 6 in the morning in the same chair again. Thank you. I'm 98. So maybe my impact is years. Suspension system. Yes, that's what I've heard. It is interesting. It's not straight. Yeah, thanks. The environment. Didn't touch it. That's the other side. Or they say for them to start. I see that. Fine, and you? Again? Where is it? How long is it?
Just on time. All right. Is this my chair? Ah.
Yes, it is. Your name?
Ah.
This for the long M440 slide
It's okay. It's okay. You go with Lighter?
What else is important? I'm going to stand up first. Listeners from the previous panel So thank you very much for joining this panel on renewable operations, renewable operations far from airports. I have the support, I received the support of Papani and one additional representative, the SD, will also intervene for support to the discussion. I'm pleased to welcome then different profiles involved in the domain from the industry, from the authorities, and up to the authorities. It's easier to find some answer that already arose during the discussion from yesterday, so how to enable support the self-operations far from the airport, maybe still in the PTR, but not in the direct vicinity of the airport. And technically, any kind of control. Discuss this morning class both, where the drone operators monitor different types of products. So for that, I have the pleasure to be supported by Tatiana Maya from Thales, who is the airworthiness certification manager. She supports flight operations and operational process. We work closely with the Thales US customers, for instance, in supporting them in getting flight authorization. Kevin Houston is the president of Drone Alliance Europe, and especially for the discussion of the regulation in manner driving and compliance in the drones domain, and started to provide support to MANA in 2019. So already some years of feedback that he can share with us. Jan Eichus, who is the CEO of Dronic, so already well known in the space community and very involved, and more in the future. And very involved in Germany in order to support as well the drone operators. And last but not least, our authority representing all the authorities of the regulation in the panel. So Larissa Haas, who started to work in 2020 in the FOCA, and we present what is the heading of FOCA on that domain. So we have a series of presentations. We are trying to make it quite short, so definitely dense, intensive, but also to manage time for the audience to ask some questions. So I propose to start with Tatiana.
Yes, hi everyone. At Thales, we are a US manufacturer, but also a US operator. And since now 4 years ago, we received a request from one of the customers in order to inspect their pipeline. We have started the first preparation since now in 2021, and definitely when we launch this project, we were convinced that we could not go straight to the point. So we have decided to put in place an incremental approach. If you can move to the next slide. Thank you. So first, we have started vigorous flights within temporary restricted area below 500 feet in order to demonstrate and validate our operational capability. Number of flights was really limited. Was mainly experimental flights over rural areas. But we learned a lot, especially regarding the proof of load, managing radio listening, GCS monitoring, and so on. But using restricted area is not a typical long-term solution for sustainable business model. So now, since 2022, so it's the phase 2, we operate in uncontrolled space over rural area and below 400 feet. And we have defined a methodology to manage the risk. We have a quick overview just after. And finally, because the initial goal, in fact, is to move in regular and routine BVLOS operation. So in this year, in April, we get the DBR, the Design Verification Report full scope, which is, I think it's a key element to demonstrate that drone is designed in a safety manner and validate to ensure this safe operation. Next slide, please. So now some few words regarding this methodology to deploy and conduct the operation without restricted area at VLA. So this methodology is not is really close to the to what has been proposed through the EASA guideline published beginning of this year. So the first step, in fact, consists to a strategic analysis by identifying all the activities at risk close to your flight plan. And so for each activity identified, we check the distance between the flight trajectory and each activity, in fact. And at its altitude, main traffics are extranside traffic. I mean the emergency traffic, and most of them are collaborative. Then the second step consists to inform the identified activity through letter, mail, to inform them about the scheduled operation and propose and explain the protocol that we've put in place. One of the key topics which we have to have in mind, in fact, is do not forget the military activity for sure, but as well the other operator who can operate on the same pipeline, for example, with the same customer. Because currently, we have the case, in fact, and currently the near inspection are performed with aircraft and helicopters, so you need to coordinate together. It's very important to have that in mind. Then the third, the days or day before the flight, we make sure that they are well aware of the operation. We check that the time, for example, is well published and well known by the other airspace that we have previously identified. Finally, just before takeoff, we contact also the relevant air traffic control and listen to the radio frequency. So based on all this procedure, we think that we ensure a high mitigation, but we have also a last barrier in case of we identify the potential conflicting traffic. So this is the tactical management. So this traffic can be identified through GCS or radio. So once we identify, we proceed to the adequate maneuver and announce our position on the radio. So yes, based on our experience for operation below 500 feet, this methodology seems to be adequate if your drone fulfills technical requirements for sure to conduct this type of operation. So we think also that to unlock BVLOS operation in Europe and to extend it, it will require significant volume of flight error and learn and share experience together and reevaluate if needed the process. And yes, so shared text will be the key to propose on that topic and address the pain points. Probably use space can be a solution, but as we said yesterday, it will be the time, so we need to find another way to manage that. And if you want to the next slide, what about tomorrow? Because the other key topic is related also to technology, such as DAA, detect and avoid, and the availability also of the standards should be ready. So maybe Julien from ASD and Safran, you can say some words about that.
For the introduction, so I introduce myself. I'm Julien Fargeon from Safran Aeronautical Defense, member of the ASD, and also charge leader of the EUROCAE working group on the DA. And so what we have seen and what we have seen this morning also with all the questions on the DA is this need to provide means to reduce the residual air risk and to enable the operation. So EUROCAE, if you can switch a slide, please. Yeah, thank you. We have ongoing activity on the definition of a DA system adapted to the VLL operation. So in this group, we have industries like Safran, other people and research organization working in order to define the justified and validate requirements that will be compatible with the DA and to unlock this operation. So what we have done is to adapt a robust approach that comes from the ACAS community to slow down the requirements from the risk ratio, starting from the risk ratio to all the subsystems, and especially the surveillance requirements, including feedback with industry to check feasibility. And all those simulations are here to build a set of requirements that are directly usable for the industry in order to build that system and to validate it to be compatible with the operation. So all this work is based on simulation, real data, and using a statistical models. So there is a big discussion on the air traffic model, etc., etc. But as I said, the goal is really to provide to the industry a set of valid requirements they can use directly to build their system, their GA system, and to unlock future operation, especially when what we heard this morning about the question, not the question raised in the GA, all what we heard on the use case, etc. So I think it's very important. Nevertheless, this document is in progress. I hope we will publish it in 2025. And also, two last words. What is important is more, in addition with the requirement, is the process, the methodology that is important. So we want to capture a clear methodology for future application, because we know it will be a step by step, and I hope it will be there will be several steps in that process. And last sentence on the data we use for validation. For the time being, we use US and Canadian data for the validation. I leave the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you. J'ai besoin de voir. I think it's very important to see what can be done already today from a practical perspective. I think the case of Thales can be replicated in numerous areas. This is very important to see what we could do in the next years. Because today we are a bit lacking tools, and I think that will come up along the discussion on how to foster higher level of operation in the airspace generally speaking. I was thinking in space, so not through space airspace, sorry. I was on the edge to miss. So that's very interesting, and I will recommend the industry also to look at that and to see how it can be reused later on, and I think EASA will do the same. So I will pass the floor to Jan-Erik. Yes, and to provide some perspective on what's going on in the German environment, and to see how Dronic and generally speaking, how to support the operations can be supported in Germany.
If I stand up, I think it's better for things in the back.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us here, having me here, and thanks for your time after lunch. You give me some attention here. What I will present here is actually what we are currently doing in Germany. And first of all, I think the headline was very interesting in having VLN operations far from airports. Why far? I mean, why should we go far away from airports? I mean, we want to fly where our customers want to fly. But anyway, I take care about this one. So if you just continue to the next slide, please. I think we're seeing it the first time we say, that's my slide I always use. And it's talking, we mean, if you fly a drone, for example, they are more or less invisible. I put it in brackets because, of course, you can see them sometimes, but we need to have them somehow digital, visible. And we heard about icon security this morning from Fnado, which I think is actually a great way for the general aviation to understand why it's crucial to be visible, even if they don't have to be visible, but how we do this. And to really get the full potential of drones, they have to be visible, or any drone using that airspace, for some reason, has to be digital. This is actually, I can say that, I said it all the time, Maria knows that since the first beginning, so it hasn't changed. Because when drones, or when drones are having the possibility to see other traffic, they can do the data AI in the end mitigate that traffic, and they don't collide, and we don't want to see it. And that means everybody sharing the same airspace, for some reason, has to be visible. And now I stop. So just take that maybe with you, be visible, and even for manned aviation pilots, permanent transponder that we have to be visible. That helps everyone, especially our HEMS operations and police helicopter operations in very low airspace, because it's actually the potential or the risk we share with them. Be visible. Now I want to show you one of our projects, and this is actually, forget this slide, because this one has changed 3 days ago. And I really give our ministry a hard time because I'm complaining all the time. But now this time, it's the first time, or the second time actually, I really have to say thank you to our ministry, because they have now decided that SERA for a specific category is not applicable in Germany. And this is actually great, because now we don't have to argue about IMC, VMC, VFR, IFR, BBLOS, VLOS. It's gone. Because if you fly in a specific category in drone and you write to ZORA, you write to CONOPS, you get it approved by the authority, the DFS or any ANSP cannot say, I have to check it because it has already been checked. The only thing you need is a traffic control clearance. It's what you still need in control. So this is actually great. But anyway, what we have done before that, because we didn't know it's going to happen, even if we talked about this for a couple of months already, or even years, is that we've tried to put everything, besides of course light visibility, which we cannot do, but I just didn't accept that. We equipped our drone with radio communication. We equipped it with ADS transponders. Actually the drone was seen like a manned aircraft, and we could even use radio communication via ground infrastructure. That was already possible. And for that reason, the flight was able to commence because we had all this on board, and they couldn't say anything, let's say, anymore against it, because we can communicate like a general aviation aircraft. Continue. Then we talk about BBLOS, about outside controlled airspace. This is actually the topic we want to talk about today. You want to be detected, but how? And if you go to, I think the regulation stated, if you want to fly in uncontrolled airspace, you have to see 50% of the surrounding traffic. Really? 50%? That's insane. I would not feel safe if I only see 50%. But the other question is, what is 100? I mean, if you want to find out what is 50%, you need to know what is actually currently flying. Otherwise, you cannot mitigate it. So I think 50 is okay, but I think it should be higher. And talking about icon security again, what Claudio said this morning, this is actually key to everybody, because being visible is the key. And this is actually, even in uncontrolled airspace, the same thing. We fly low, helicopters fly low. So if we see each other, we can do something against it. And this is actually how we manage that. And what we have done, the next slide, please. I think this is about 30 kilometers. So we start at a control zone. It's a military control zone. They are actually more handy than the German CTRs. So we had an agreement. And also the military in Germany is using our system already. And also they take the traffic information we gave them as granted. So it was possible to depart at that airport. And then we flew across the North Sea to Helgoland. This is it's done with a drone. I will show you later on. And then actually, we don't want to segregate. We want to be integrated. And I don't want to have a closed shop in my area where I want to fly. No, I want to fly like a general aviation aircraft. I want to fulfill my job. I want to fulfill what the customer wants. So actually, this is done not in a segregated airspace. This is completely integrated. So we use the system out of that airport, which is mentioned here. And of course, it's a VFR airport in Helgoland. We use also the traffic information and everything. So we use everything that the aviation is using. And this is possible. But we don't have to segregate. Segregation is, if you're afraid and you don't know what's going to happen, then you segregate. But if you know what's going to happen, you can invent. And this is actually next slide, please. And this is actually what we have used, so that you know. It is not electronically driven. It has a Zweitakt motor. I don't know what that is in English. It has, and it could fly approximately, I guess, 8 hours. It's for pollution control in the North Sea, or even for infrastructure. You can do everything with it. Next slide, please. And this is how we, let's say, put everything together. This is a combined view of manned aviation, of unmanned aviation. We can do multilateration. You can see down to the trees, actually. Yeah, this is how we can say. if you use the system, you don't have to use that system, but if you use that data, you can also integrate our traffic data into your own system. Then you see everything and then you can mitigate. And this is how we say, not integration. No, integration is possible. Sorry, not integration. So if you have to know what's around you, and if there's no traffic, actually, I don't want to see anything. It's a black screen. And if it pops up 5 miles, stop contact, 5 nautical miles ahead of your drone, then the traffic pops up. And only if that's, of course, in the dimension of your own drone. Otherwise, it's a black screen. And this is actually what we want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Happy to see the discussions later on.
Thank you very much. And appreciate to see then what you are doing in Germany. I will give the floor now to Kevin Houston from Mana.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You'll flick on the slides. I have them here in front of me. All I wanted to do today was ask just to present what is a functioning solution for an operation that's ongoing in Dublin today. And as Jan Erik spoke of, FAR, that wasn't defined. What is far from an airport? So let's just say I'm not that far from an airport. I'll show you now in a minute. Just for those of you who may not know what, next slide, what Humana is, started by Bobby Healy, private investment, 120 people. We design our own drones, we build our own drones, and we operate them. And we've had an LUC since April of 2021. So we're not new to it. Next slide, please. So our solution that was negotiated with the ANSP and the NAA is a UAS geographic zone with MANA as the controller of that particular zone. And I'll go on to tell you how it works. The important thing is nobody has been denied access to that area by us. So therefore, it is proper use of the airspace. It is sharing the airspace, and I'll talk about how we do that. So certainly, putting MANA's name on that UAS geographic zone doesn't mean that we own it. We merely control it and facilitate entry and exit. Next slide, please. So it's there. It's 10 kilometers from Dublin Airport. It's obviously in a TNZ. And again, it wasn't MANA who came up with this solution. This solution was done with the ANSP and the NAA jointly. Next slide. So the base is in this particular area. So it's roughly speaking 3 kilometer radius from that particular base. That's the size of the geozone. Next, please. So it doesn't come into a perfect circle, so that's just the reason it's shaped like that as opposed to a circle was the assessment that was carried out for the effects on the approaching and departing aircraft to the runways in Dublin. So it wasn't shaped that way, it was shaped that way by the ANSP. And obviously the yellow and red are merely the contingency and ground risk buffers. Next slide, please. We're going up at 120, we have contingency, and the flight geography is there. We fly at 65 meters, that's the cruising altitude. At that particular height, no issues. Obviously, if there's any high points within that, they're already identified by us and excluded by geofences. So we had to enter an MOU with AirNav Ireland. And that was setting out the terms and conditions of giving us control of this UAS geographic zone. And within that, next slide please, is the various procedures. And what they are, I don't expect you to read that, I can hardly read it myself, but it is about if you were an operator and you wanted to fly a survey or whatever it may be within the UAS geographic zone that MANA controls, you merely apply, because it's controlled airspace, to Dublin ATC in a form called a 101, and they merely pass them on to us. So we have somebody coming in, we know what dates, we know where they're flying, so we isolate that within the geographic zone, so none of the MANA drones can enter that airspace. Before you take off, you will contact us. We have two lines open to Dublin ATC, and I explain that in a minute. But if you're flying, if you're the survey operator, you contact us 10 minutes before flight, you fly and you contact us when you land, and then we release that airspace again back for MANA flights. And that's been operating for 6 months now, no issues whatsoever. Obviously, if there is a requirement for HEMS or whatever manned aircraft coming into the space, we have to be able to clear the airspace. There's 2 phones from the ops cell in MANA to Dublin ATC, and they just give us notice, clear the airspace. Now, we will know in advance. The HEMS is not something that crops up out of the blue. ATC will know about it. And so we don't actually have to return our drones to base. We merely don't take off any more operations because the flights are only 5 minutes. So we're clear of the airspace, but we do have an added obligation if we have let another drone operator into the airspace. We else also have those 2 numbers for that person, so we can tell them to clear the airspace. That's been functioning without an incident. Now, it's not a scalable solution. You can't have, 200 UAS geographic zones around Dublin to facilitate MANA operations, but it's one that's functioning today without incident. That's all I have for you.
That's already very good. Thank you very much to see also a kind of very pragmatic approach that can also be generalized in other projects. And actually has been already used by some other clients. Now I would like to complete the discussion with Larissa from FOCA. We provide some insights of what's going on in the system.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much. So what I will do in my speech in a couple of next minutes present you some challenges we face from an authority perspective to authorize such operations, and then finally also present our solution, or rather our vision, to overcome these challenges. Little sneak peek, it will also be about conspicuity. So you will not get rid of that keyword today, I guess. Next slide, please. I think we all agree, more or less, that VLL operations far from airports in uncontrolled airspace are a challenge for industries, but also for authorities, especially also from our perspective. So I guess you've mentioned that before. We also are against segregation. So we do not intend to come up with a danger area or restricted area to enable those types of operations. Our goal is to integrate those operations in the airspace. And I would say for the moment we are at partial integration with the SORA methodology, meaning that UAS operators, they need to have capabilities in place or a device to detect, you said it, 50% of the air traffic. And you can go to the next slide, please. How we do this in our approval work. It's quite a cryptic matrix, but I think it illustrates the challenges we are currently facing quite well. So basically, this is just a translation or a puzzle piece of the whole SORA process. And I guess many of us will or are familiar with the whole methodology and from a meta perspective. So what we expect from operators that request an authorization, let's say for a BVLOS operation in ARC-B airspace, that they describe what is going on out there. So what kind of traffic is in the airspace volume they intend to fly. So there are different types of air traffic. I will not name them, but you will see them on the left side of the table. And then they are requested to identify this traffic and identify the hazards that come with that traffic, and also characterize that traffic. And based on that analysis, they need to come up with the adequate mitigation means to mitigate the risk that comes from that hazard. So this is the overarching SORA framework. We all know And here the challenges start, I guess, for us as authority, but also for operators. And we can go to the next slide. And I have here tried to summarize 3 main challenges we are currently facing. And I guess the most obvious one is clearly the information deficit we have, or the operators have, in terms of air traffic. So they don't know who is flying because nobody or not everyone is conspicuous. So and due to that information deficit, they have huge uncertainties in terms of equipment. So what kind of equipment is being used? How is it used? So when is it switched on? When is it switched off? And there's also high uncertainties in terms of harmonization. So we have many different equipments on the market, and they're very often not interoperable. So we heard that in the morning also in Vladimir's presentation. And yeah, simply spoken, they just lack the information to fill out this matrix, which I showed you before. And how should they have the information? Because not even we have it as authority. And the second challenge is, I guess, also the coordination with local stakeholders. So once fill out that table, one prominent or important mitigation mean is also the local coordination with stakeholders. And I can give you an example. We have a BVLOS operator in the northern part of Switzerland in uncontrolled airspace, but they fly close to a paraglider landing field. So they do not interfere with the field, but they fly nearby. And so they needed to coordinate quite intensively with those associations. They had presentations, they presented them the route, they could even give feedback to the route, they adapted the route, and they are in constant exchange with these people. And this costs, of course, resources and also money for them. And then the last challenge we see is that very often the SORA framework is not generalizable. So it probably works, those authorization for a smaller portion of airspace that you are able to identify in terms of traffic, but you cannot scale up because in other pieces of airspace or airspace volumes, the traffic is different, the characteristics are different, the challenges and risks are different. So I guess these are the 3 main challenges we are currently facing. And you can go to the next slide. And we think, or we are convinced, that only a nationwide airspace characterization will be able or has the potential to fill that gap or to overcome that challenge. So what do I mean with that? So we are trying to create a large-scale picture over the Swiss airspace in which we have a good understanding of the traffic, of who is flying, when, where, and to which conditions. And in order to do that, it's of course important that we have a high conspicuity rate. Go to the next slide. And for this reason, we have set up a project or launched a project at the beginning of this year. It's called FAST, Future Aviation Surveillance Services and Technologies, I guess, which consists of a group of people in FOPA and also some representative from the industry, so aviation stakeholders, that work on a roadmap that basically shows the way or the strategy how we can achieve full e-conspicuity in the Swiss airspace by 2030. It has also been confirmed by the Federal Council, which is the president of Switzerland. There's really also from a political level the intention to achieve that full e-conspicuity in the Swiss airspace. And this roadmap is going to be published next year, Q1 next year. So I would say the similar timing as the EASA roadmap. And of course, it's also, so we are coordinating our efforts also with other member states and EASA. And I would say in terms of the vision or the goals, our vision and EASA's vision that we've heard this morning are completely aligned. So we are working towards an ecosystem in which everybody is conspicuous, using systems which are interoperable, which can communicate properly with each other based on common communication protocols, and also use services, of course, which are affordable and not necessarily certified. You can go to the last slide, which I think is the most important and which should hopefully also kick off a little bit the discussion afterwards. So just in summary, I guess we already have in the general aviation community in Switzerland a growing or a high recognition of that there's a need of being visible in the Swiss airspace. We have done a survey a couple of months ago in the aviation community, just to get a better understanding in terms of the equipment they used. And what we have seen is that already a huge part of the airspace users in Switzerland are already equipped, which was quite interesting to see. Unfortunately, I cannot share any further details on that survey since they haven't been communicated by our official communication channel, but I think within the next couple of months, we will be able to also share those results publicly. Nevertheless, what we have seen that many airspace users use different kind of equipment based, of course, of their needs and expectations. Then what we are also seeing currently is that due to Switzerland's topography, there are limits in the CNS infrastructure, respectively in the coverage, which in turn also opens up the possibilities or the market for new entrants, for new actors, to provide their services and infrastructure and devices. And we also have a strong Swiss industry that is active in this e-conspicuity discussion, or this e-conspicuity part, especially in the low cost end. And the major challenge we are currently facing is the trust. So how to build up trust in these new services and new technologies which are not certified. I think this is also a huge discussion in the context of the USSP certification. So how can we really trust those technologies? And we think testing and demonstration is really key here, so that we need to work on really a proof of concept of these devices in order to be sure that they can be used and integrated in the whole ecosystem. And last but not least, I think all these efforts, European-wide collaboration and coordination is key, especially when we talk about testing. We would be very interested to hear other member states who have already started with similar projects, who are considering to do similar tests or demonstrations. I think here the sharing of test results, for example, and for insights will be crucial also to move forward and to advance in this topic. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you. I think with that slide and the previous one, we can only measure the challenge that's awaiting you for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Good luck. And
thank you.
That will be fed back to Vladimir because
yeah, I've missed our name actually in today's presentation.
Yeah. So we have 20 minutes, and I think to immediately proceed to the question that I'm sure for the audience, if I'm able to receive it. Let me manage to answer. No, it's not a good answer. If we have some questions, in the audience.
You saw before.
This was?
No, but that's from the previous section.
In the room, please go ahead.
I heard Larissa say about a nationwide classification of airspace. Would that not require an ARA for that nationwide airspace then? And what is stopping us from going for nationwide airspace? Because that classification will need to be monitored, kept up to date, etc.
So when I say classification, I said characterization, I
Okay.
guess, yeah. And I think this will be the long-term goal. I think the more immediate goal until 2030, I would say, is just a large-scale, full-scale conspicuity. Yeah, either do a mandate. Maybe here we have a slightly different vision or idea than EASA. Or yeah, I don't know, this is not yet fixed. I think this is part of the discussion and will be also part of that roadmap that is going to be published in 2025. And why not a large use-based airspace? I think this wouldn't be realistic. In our point of view, we need to set up use space or implement use spaces where there is a business case, where there is a need for drone-to-drone deconfliction. We see that currently in Zurich. In the western part of Switzerland, there are definitely some needs to have a use-based airspace, but I don't think a large-scale use-based airspace with all the 4 services would be feasible here.
During a discussion earlier on, we compared it, or I compared it with a farmer doesn't wait until the plants start to grow. They prepare their field, they sow, and then you get the demand, so to say. So you have to create also the environment for the demand to pop up. Because when the demand is there and you try to, at that moment, put the use space in place, the demand is probably gone by the time the use space is there. And maybe also the operators are gone by that time. So,
absolutely. But I think it's nevertheless worthwhile or sustainable to start slow and small. We can now collect data, experience in Zurich, and then see where we want to expand. And I think also the need for use-based airspace also need to come from the industry. So with the Zurich use-based airspace, now we're diverging the topic, sorry, and then I'm closing the bracket. And the demand or the initial push came from us as authority, but we also expect the industry requesting use-based airspace volumes in Switzerland. And for the moment, this is unfortunately not the case.
Thank you very much. Actually, you're also answering to a question coming from the previous workshop, which is the use-based space. Alors, back to the point, we have some questions then for Tatiana and Kevin after that. So Tatiana, can you read the question and provide your view on
So how did Thales ensure with their methodology that they can detect 50% of the effect as required for TMPR? So good question, exactly. That's I didn't explain all the methodology that was put in place, but based on some inputs and some study, especially from the Norwegian study, if I remember well, we retrieved some data to make an extrapolation of that on the prints and also on specific area on which we operate. So it was a long discussion. It's always a long discussion with the French National Aviation Authority that we are above the 50% for our operation in a specific area. So we manage that in fact at a specific area and by yes, as you explained, also at science, like we identified all the activity, all the traffic equipped or not. But what is really important is missing, I think it's the case for most of the country in Europe, is the lack of data about the collaborative and non-collaborative traffic. So yes, we discussing with the authorities, not finished, but I hope we are on track. But yes. A call for data for coordination from whole national aviation authority.
Thank you. Next question. I don't know who wants to take it. Maybe Jan-Erik. What is the safe distance? No, you can read. Safe distance between man traffic and
You had a question for me.
Yes.
Perhaps we can avoid the issue of a model. Issue of the model.
Yeah,
I start. I
mean, this is just for, as I read this is what ANSPs normally handle traffic.
Yeah.
And this is 3 miles, 10,000 feet, whatever, and they are also always flying in the same direction. I would not measure it by nautical miles, I would measure it by time. Because I think this is the more realistic issue. And this is maybe not in controlled airspace. In uncontrolled airspace, I think it is being visible and it is time. And then the time, once you have, let's say, 3 minutes time until the potential traffic or hazard comes up to you, then of course you have to do something. But it's not as the normal ANSP is measuring traffic. It's not nautical miles, it's time. What is the right time? We can still discuss. 5 minutes is maybe a little bit too long. Maybe it's 2 minutes, and then another 1 minute before, and then you have to.
So yes, it's a very important question because it's concrete or realistic requirements or measurable requirements for a system. So what I agree with what you said. So it depends the point of view. It is from the ATM, ATC point of view, or from the last safety net technology point of view. So starting with that, we have several answers. Regarding what is, so about the ATM, or what will be the use space, is a question of time, possibly, and energy. But for the last part, there have been several studies in the US. I don't think, I might be wrong, such studies in Europe to define what is well clear, what is the safe distance, based on what you said exactly. When you have the vision, because it's well clear, it's the beginning, it was that. And so in the US, they made tons of studies to define what is safe distance. So they proposed the range, we proposed timing, etc., etc. And they define criteria that are used in the ECAS community, ECAS-X, and we are using that in the EuroCAE. Depending on the traffic, we propose some distances based on the US study. So that's right. And to be very clear, what we propose in the AD 330 is to be compliant with the low swap remain well clear criteria for transponder aircraft. So ADSB, because today transponding is ADSB mostly modest, but we don't manage modest. But to focus only on the 500 feet for non-transponding, considering the probability of that. So 800 feet, 500 feet. It's a proposal. This is why I raised many times what we are doing in the working in the EuroCAE, because it's this kind of question we have to clarify. So there are proposals on the table based on US studies.
Thank you very much. Even for use space, we'll be happy to have the data, because that's also very important.
Just to clarify, 2,000 feet?
Yes, it's a low swap remain well clear criteria.
We have the discussion with the HEMS operations.
Or we don't have the vertical.
No.
The HEMS operations in Germany, and they are happy with time because they think time is crucial for them. And especially HEMS operation. I mean, they fly low, you don't hear them, and they said, okay, 2 minutes warning, 1 minute warning, and then you have to be away. This is fine for them. I don't know if this is.
Yeah, that's another question. Because you said you use the correct word, it's warning.
Warning, yes.
And there's the difference between the miss distance, that is the distance criteria, and the warning alert, the timing for warning. That's a more operational question.
Yeah.
So it's also a parameter in the question.
The question is the ANSP responsible or not? From my perspective, for the airspace for the time, it's not. So I mean, this is also something that's managing it. That I really like the manner approach in either geo zone. Why don't we use a geo zone? Because it's an easy thing to implement. It's okay. Now we have it. Now it's easy. Before maybe it was a little more difficult.
Yeah, it facilitates.
Yes.
But if you look at the point that our business has to scale up, otherwise we won't survive, and we don't want to have operational cells dealing with an issue of airspace, because that impacts on the business model.
But what do we normally do in classifying airspaces? You get a certain airspace once you have a certain amount of traffic. If you don't have enough traffic, you don't have a control zone, for example.
So, I mean, let's start with the shield zone. If you have more and more traffic, then then have use space.
Yeah, and it does feed into the next question. I mean, does it take much from us to manage it? And the requests might be 2 or 3 a week. It's not a problem. Like it's easy for us to manage. And you could say it is somewhat scalable, but ultimately, we don't want to take that on ourselves in the long term. But while we await use space, it is a functioning solution. And again, it's not a MANA solution; it's the regulator. You know.
It's a today possibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
And how do you see the coordination with the NSP? How burdensome is that link or that relation, especially also with the view of scalability?
Well, there is the issue with this, the interference. I'm not from aviation, so all that stuff of aircraft approaching air, the IFPs, and all that kind of stuff, and that the reason the shape is a bit, strange was because there was a detailed assessment done, which is a costly exercise. So that's fine because we're within 10 kilometers of the airport. As we move to other areas, that won't be a cost because the separation will be no effect on the airport in and out. But I suppose the point is it's a functioning solution because you made the point earlier on. We have to gather data. I think one thing that's come out of this conference is people need data. Everybody, EASA wants to collect as much data as possible to make informed decisions. We have good data because we're allowed to fly, and that we will share with anybody because it helps the industry. So this function of us flying in that UAS control zone is gathering data that may not be used on an airspace, so it could be used in some other area, but it is data and to facilitate operators in whatever airspace solution is going to be. Because we're hopefully be in Helsinki shortly, and that will be probably a different airspace solution than we have in Dublin. That's a matter for the regulator there. Whatever you want to facilitate getting us in the air to gather the data that you want anyways, ultimately.
Thank you very much. Ici, tu as provided the discussion answer to one of the questions that were there. One question to Yasa, well, not to me because I will not be able to answer, but then Maria or Natalie. Maria, if you want to try to answer.
So the question, why doesn't all NAA recognize the approach of Kevin, I guess, and others so require restricted aerospace for all BVLOS operations, and different national interpretations should not be allowed? Well, actually, it should be allowed, different national. So we cannot generalize. So it's a toolbox. We cannot generalize that the approach for all BVLOS operations is a restricted aerospace. Actually, limited the restriction to other aerospace users, because as soon as you start restricting, you are sort of unfair to others. And I think Jan-Erik put another way of doing it without restrictions to other aerospace users, but okay, still require electronic conspicuity whatsoever. So I think what we are working in the Air Risk Task Force of the UAS tab is on a toolbox to enable some guidelines. Fortunately, we have not published, but we will publish soon, hopefully. I think I'm working on that. And there should be all these toolboxes in the toolbox. Now, then if we can generalize these, of course, we will be ready to generalize. But I just, as soon as I can, I see my colleague Patrick, so I think we cannot restrict, for instance, aerospace to state operations. So there are other aerospace users that they don't want restrictions and they may not want to be electronic conspicuous, but then we need to find tools also to enable them to apply view regard in the best way possible. So what is the EASA takes on this? So I think we need to finalize the guidelines with the toolbox for different solutions. One solution is this, it works, but maybe others find it unfair because they need to contact NKEVI to enter in the aerospace.
Well, they don't actually, they
They
contact
got
Dublin
the
ATC.
ATC and
Yeah.
ATC contact Kevin, but so they may find it is a working solution, and I think because the size is pretty small, so perhaps you don't receive contacts in weeks, and I think it then is a good solution for that. But what Janeri was saying, you even go high seas, so maybe the solution is not workable. So then another solution for what Larissa wanted to do, maybe is a different, or Tatiana wanted to do, low range, middle altitude. So we need to find, depending of the specific operation, depending on the BBLOS operation, we need to find workable solutions and then make them examples in the toolbox. And then we also need to work on the SERA. You said Germany, okay, we need to discuss this one. I think we need to work on the SERA because I agree with you. Not all the things are applicable, and we need to find alternative solutions. So a lot of work, I think what we can take of this, a lot of work needs to be done still, from us aside, and then yes, we take all this as a viable solution.
Say different, sorry, say different. We are flying.
Yes.
But we still have to do something. So this is actually 2 years ago.
No. You are exactly. You are flying, but we need to work out all these solutions that they are flying and make it available for us.
And actually, when you're talking about the restricted zone that Kevin and Mena have set up, they are restricted. But the thing is, actually, what they are doing, they are governing the airspace, filling a gap that nobody else does. There is some governance required. They're picking up that role, but because nobody else wants to do it, and also because there is probably not sufficient demand for use space, etc. I don't know. But also there might be areas, it might be a constant situation where there are areas where there's no one who commercially wants to be operating as a use-based service provider, but you still need governance.
Yeah.
Actually, they're filling that gap.
Exactly, and it's a workable solution, and it can be
Can we be paid for it? I was about to ask you, yeah, do you get paid for it? They don't. So actually, that's good.
Yeah, maybe just as a small add-on to that, I think it's important that the regulation remains this or keeps that flexibility, because not all airspaces are the same. So I'm speaking here from the perspective of an authority, from an airspace which is super dense and quite complex, and we can't afford, just also from a political perspective, to restrict portions of airspace for one single user. That's not feasible in our context.
But you could rephrase it, rename it, and not say it's restricted for that user, but that user is governing the airspace. Yeah. On behalf of it, there are clear rules as to what that.
Well, I personally think that the concept of a toolbox is really important. If I were sitting in a regulator seat, that toolbox to look at the options I can use.
Yeah, I think we need to have a toolbox, because one tool is not workable for all different type of operations. You guys have described very different type of operations.
Thank you very much for all the answers. I think the past discussion was finding a good conclusions and the things that we need to also, as said by Maria, on the toolbox that we need to define. And I confirm that the other is actually working on it. Thanks a lot for the panelists. I'm sure that we have a very wide perspective of the things we can achieve. Remember, I was thinking initially wide spectrum of things, including the future of and the materials that may come to support the inspection. So thank you very much, and I hope to continue.
Starting with this that's also it is now here by the
Never came to us. Never came to us. Never came to us. I said legally you can do it yourself. Legally, so did you say that?
Eduardo told me that. Yes. So what are the expectations on the users? Everyone is so serious. Yes, But like there are no places. Well, I fly from here to Maria.
Yeah.
Do you have a teaching trap? No, you tell me. I don't know. Did you put all the slides in? Because some of them were supposed to be for their roles and responsibilities, so I probably skipped them. Because I think that is an email. Because I included some roles and responsibilities. So we will. I'll probably skip. Yeah. Darren, nice to meet you.
Just saying, you know what? There is an now they're not asking to go to the ground. We take a detour and it's faster than we're inside the trees on the ground.
Hello, good afternoon. So we're going to start the session because we need to finish on time. But we have the coffee break, so but there's still some buffers. Opinions about coffee break.
How much?
It's a question of time. So, for the colleagues on the WebEx, thank you very much to stay with us. I can imagine it's very difficult on the WebEx with so many discussions, introductions to follow, but still I hope you can follow all the sessions. So now we go to lessons learned from the first USSPs and single SIG certifications. And to a little bit to introduce the session. So the idea is we have two applicants for single SIG and USSP certifications ongoing in Europe. And there are already some lessons learned, already some best practices there. There are, of course, huge challenge with a regulation which is a very high level compared to other regulations in which we certify organizations or teaching organizations to do certain functions. And to discuss all these topics, I have a very competent panel with me. So Stefan Duboc. Stefan is sitting here all day. The project manager for USpace, who is basically the focal point for the certification of USpace service providers that apply to EASA. Just to remind that USpace service providers applicants who have the principal place of business outside the EU and aim to provide services within the EU, they need to apply to EASA. So there is no negotiation on this, so it's a shall, unless of course the company decides to install the principal place of business in a territory in a member state of the EU. To complement the experience from the NNA or Competent Authority for Certification, we have Darren Condois for the DGSE DSAC France, and is an inspector in charge of the certification of single SIGs and USSPs in France. Then we have applicants for USSP and single CIS certification. And I will start with Ami Garjo. You know all of them. He's the CEO of ANRA and he's an applicant USSP. And then we have Alberto Iovino. Enough D-Flight. He's the head of operational support and IAM management. And you are applicant at the moment on single CIS and USSP certification within Italy. So without further delay, I will leave the floor to Stefan to learn the experience from EASA.
Thank you very much. As you may have noticed during the previous framework, my level of energy is increasing, so I will do my best to provide the information and transfer to your question later. So I am the USP project manager in charge of the implementation, but as said by Maria, I'm also a project manager for 2 ongoing certifications in EASA. And due to my background, I'm also the software and cybersecurity expert. So we can provide them kind of consistent feedback. The recall of what is the certification process is more or less a matter of control and matter of confidence. The organization must show that they are controlling their regulations with the appropriate level of confidence. But if not handled, they are reviewed something effective, repeatable, and safe. And for sure, aiming at the performance of services. So we are looking at the technical side. The framework is in our regulation is aggregated. We have different frameworks where we certify first the organization and we certify the products. It's like that for the ATM, ADS World, the Encoding DPO, the aircraft certification. In our work, we integrate the 2 pillars, organization and technical, in the certification. It's why the spectrum of the activities to be done for certification is quite wide. However, in terms of processes, of terms of practices, we are pretty in a known area. Indeed, we have to adjust for the point space, but we are deriving our practices from the AT number, for instance, with regard to the organization, and for software, etc. We have the practices we have in here. So if you go to your competent authorities, we are also supporting them for the activities. We are mostly in a known area. Indeed, there are some items that need to be tailored. For instance, occurrence reporting, change management, or notification. So, for instance, we don't want to be overwhelmed by changes. We want to look at the right moment for the right thing in terms of demonstration and focus on safety. So there are many things that we need to adjust with the activities after the certification. Globally speaking, anyway, I believe that the effort of the certification has been underestimated by the community. It requires more iterations, more discussion than maybe somebody happening. I'm not surprised because I come from the certification world and that's how it is now. There is no way to simplify. The step, please. Really the keywords is the key aspect, the key driver is the applicant maturity. Depending on the level of maturity, we have different gradation of issues, but applicant maturity means already a level of awareness. The applicants are coming to us knowing or not knowing the framework, understanding or not the MCGM, knowing or not the processes they have to follow to support the certification. Attentiveness, they will catch or not the feedback that we give along the review, so pay attention to that thing. They will have a certain ability or not to transpose what they have already in terms of system and to bring them to a certification package, certification deliverable, but to take the best of what they have and to make that relation between what is already existing in a non-certified environment to a certified environment and taking the most and reusing the most. So not restarting from scratch. So it's not easy when you have not been certified before to bring all those materials to an authority. And working practice, so how we exchange with an authority, how we follow a process, how to make a review, how to make an audit, when we need to re-explain the agendas, what is an audit, how to make a sampling or whatever, that takes necessarily more time that if the authority, the applicant is already much more aware and as we know, we are going to prepare the data and that's the side effect of that is first the non-readiness of the data package, direction which can even review and say accept, leading to reworks, leading to overall an increased effort in delay, and unfortunately to an increased scrutiny. So if we are already confident the data package and how the applicant answers to a question, for sure we can relax a bit the investigation. If we are in an area or in this simple question it's hard to answer, you can imagine that we need to look more to the details. And the same thing for the other side. If we have an applicant already performing well in the frame of the initial certification, our oversight that we do regularly after the certification, maybe anyway, there are some things that I think altogether we can have or we can set up to facilitate the certification. Now, the first thing is to get, it's more for the organization coming to us, is training. If they are not knowledgeable on what is a certification, then they need to be trained for that. They may also find external support. You are specialists. You are specialists for software. You are specialists for cybersecurity. You are specialists, generally speaking, for the ATM/MS world and how a certification is to be handled. So that exists. So if the organization do not have the expertise on site, they may find support. Then the overall of level of readiness. That's something extremely important. We want to have a certification very efficient in terms of time frame, effort, and overall cost at the end. You need to be prepared. You absolutely need to be prepared with your competent authorities. That's really the biggest lesson learned we have. And I started the certification with the applicant already prepared. Well, I have all the data package and all the procedures. That will certainly extremely ease the certification. And really at the beginning of certification. And all the processes, etc., accordingly have to be set up and used prior to the application. If you come to the place and we don't know exactly what you expect, we need to define the processes altogether, that will not work. It will work ultimately, but it will take time and a lot of effort. Validation meeting is very important for the industry, the applicant, to educate us and the authorities on their processes, on their environment, on their platform, and to show the most of what they have. It could be their internal processes of recruitment of people, qualification of experts, role and responsibilities, and for technical information on the platform itself, how they develop the software, how they test it, all the things you can imagine. So that must be done along the discussion. When we start the assessment, we already have a good understanding of what is there, what we need to assess. And it's not a complete discovery and we need to find our path in a jungle of data that we have. Last, but not least, very important workshop. So I propose, and this is something we try to make it's quite an easy to understand, but to have workshop on integrated items in order to ease the discussion. If you are in mode, I send comments, I wait for the answer, I resend comments, I wait for the answer, that will take 10 years for a certification. So to speed up that and to find a quick agreement and expedite the comments and the action, the best is to have a workshop and reach common understanding of the environment, the comments, and the way to solve the issues. And next slide. Well, the last keyword is diligence and rigor. So on the authority side, that's for sure on the industry. Make sure that you process the comments on time, you are properly anticipating or addressing the actions that are given to you by the authorities, and with a good level of rigor. Otherwise, we don't have the answers. If we need to go back to the documents, if we need to reiterate the same comments along the time, that will not work yet. Voilà. So just to say that it's a very hard exercise. We can understand there is a cost, but we are in an environment, contrary to some other parts of use space where we are still developing the system along the implementation. Here we know, with a good level of preparation, nothing is impossible. I mean, you will succeed, but for that you need to be prepared.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for the insights on the lessons learned from the EASA certification. And I'm going now to Darren, who will share with us the lessons learned from DSAC ongoing certification.
So Darren Pongoy, I'm from DSAC, the Surveillance and Safety Directorate of France, and I'm in charge of the certification of the single CSP and USSPs in France. So just in the context, I have a ATM-ANS background, so I'm also in charge of the oversight of DSNA, but also of other providers in ATM and ANS. So it helps a lot in the certification. In the ongoing certification, we have a small to medium enterprise certification in progress. For the regulatory services plus the government monitoring service. They asked for the application of the certification in July 2023, and the kickoff meeting of the beginning of the certification has been in September. The officers in charge of the certifications are 2 certification officers, who has the background of the ATM-ANS, plus 3 experts. 2 has the safety assessment expertise, including 1 especially in the software insurance expertise. And we have also, I think you know the name, Antoine Martin for the use space expertise. So the lessons learned from the So the first lessons learned from the USSP certification itself has been first the description of the use space services. In the beginning, applicant has to describe precisely what are the services they want to provide, what are the means of the services, how are they provided, which equipment is used, and also what is the deviation threshold, and in addition, the dynamic aspect of configuration. How are you doing it? Everything has to be very complete to understand, for us, the authority, to understand what is your processes, and to understand your maturity in the use space. And second, it is very linked to the first one. It is about the documentation and the formalization. For the application, you have to describe a lot of your processes. For example, the management system in your company has to be complete, because the competent authority doesn't have the insight of the company. You have to describe the processes, and if it's not written on the documentation, we cannot really rely on just some phrases exchanged in meetings. So it is a big work on because we know the formalization is quite a lot for the providers, but for the certification is essential. Then we have another lesson about the software assurance, because software insurance has to be adapted to the risk according to the regulation, and the exercise was to be to place the cursor between the risks and the software insurance. Place the cursor at the good level has been a big exercise for my experts, and to answer to this problematic, we had a lot of work with the EASA, and we collaborated quite a lot for answer what is the cursor, what are the processes acceptable for it, and so yeah, collaboration with the EASA is essential. And then we had a subject about the change management procedure, because France has decided to France has decided to take France has decided to take the change management procedure to a certain process, because, for example, the certificate is not linked to any use-based airspace. So we wanted to rely on the change management procedure. So every time our USSPs wants to link or to enter to any use-based airspace, it is a change to declare, and this change case has to be declared, and the competent authority, so the SAC, has to review the change, and then to prepare for it, because if we do it, we have to work on the safety assessment, the safety support assessment. What is the methodology of the provider? Is it acceptable for us? And do we have the maturity for it to certify our provider? So yeah, it is quite a challenge, because without ARA, it can be difficult sometimes to accept or not the safety assessment for the safety support assessment. So that's why with our applicants, we work a lot with the methodology and the trust between them and us in the work of change management procedure. Then we have quite a subject on insurance, because use space is new, the concept is new, and insurance companies don't really know what is use space. Yeah, what are the use space services? They don't know. So finding a suitable insurance cover can be a long process. Starting in the early stage of the certification can be a good advantage, because if you are working on it in the middle of the certification, exchanges between the insurance company and the USSP and then the national authority can be a long process. And yeah, the earlier you're working with it, the easier you can get. And then some lessons learned from the competent authority, ATM, ANS, and USSP, and USpace is similar but can be different also. The financial system is different, the risks are different, but you have some concepts which are the same. For example, we have some ATM and ANS or with the regulation implement. So yeah, for the officers, you have to understand what is use space, what is the difference between the ATM ANS, and you have to be open-minded for the certification. And it is not easy for everybody. And use space is new, and the expertise of it is quite small, I would say, because resources are limited. And I myself had to work in the regulation. I had to participate in the task force and the workshop. It is a good lesson to be in the task force, because you can understand and have all the exchanges between authorities and EASA, and it can help in your understanding in your space. So yeah, if you can, it is resources, but it is a good opportunity to understand what is your space. And also it's an expertise you have to have, and you have to work on it when you are the competent authority. And I wanted to finish in a good note, the certification process is hard, it is complicated, but it is realistic. If you understand the use case, there is no identified showstopper you can easily compare to ATM ANS, but you have to be prepared for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darren. So there are no showstoppers. So do you agree, Amit?
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amit Ganji here. So, those of you who are in the room saw when I walked into the room, I was wearing my jacket and I just took it off. It's kind of like us going into the certification. We were all dressed up and ready to go for dance, and we came in and we realized it's a war. And you have to roll up your sleeves and get dirty and do stuff. So it's kind of the same experience. So he's absolutely right. It's not easy. It is hard, but is it doable? Yes. So we have a few slides and I'll kind of walk through it. So we happen to be the first one going through certification with EASA. So we're fortunate to have folks like Maria and Stefan and team working with us, but I'll tell you it's hard. I have bruises all over my body. You have to be prepared. And it's like, I like to use an analogy. It's like if you're on a train and you're going and there are no tracks, you're laying the tracks as the train is moving forward. That's what we are doing because there's no predefined, no one has done it. So the tracks are being laid as the train is moving. So hopefully for the people that come in behind us, it'll be a lot easier. I wish we had been the second, to be honest, in hindsight. But one of the things we learned is you need early engagement with the regulators because when we came into the certification, we were pretty confident as an organization because we didn't come at it from one of the challenges is a lot of new entrants in this space come from a pure software, IT kind of background, and they think it's a software problem. It's not really a software problem, it's an aviation problem. And aviation has the highest standards of safety for a particular reason. So when we came into the certification, we came in with the aviation mindset. And imagine still it was hard because there are certain things we had not thought about, which we should have thought about. So early engagement with regulators, having discussions and making sure we're on the same page when they're using a particular terminology, when they say safety support assessment, their interpretation of a safety support assessment is the same as our interpretation of safety support assessment. I remember many conversations, hours and hours long conversation, our team kind of making sure we understand each other. You need comprehensive documentation. You need a lot of documentation and it has to be an iterative process. I can't tell you how many hours and days and weeks we have spent going back and forth. So you can't expect to get it right the first time, especially because there is no predefined path. It's not like I can Google and find a solution. This is how you do it and just copy it or put it in ChatGPT, tell me how to certify myself. So iterative process is important. Slide, please. So some of the challenges for us compared to other entities that will probably talk about going certification, which are coming from traditional air navigation service provider background, ANSP background. For us, we had gone through certification before as an organization, ISO, audit, surveillance, but we have never gone through an ANSP kind of certification or an EASA certification. So as small entities, you don't have these compliance teams, dedicated compliance teams that focus on different aspects. And you typically have roles spread across. So you have to be innovative, creative, use external sources and improvise how you do that. Certification expense could be a barrier. And don't ask me how much money, but it is a barrier. It is, you have to be confident in what you're doing, your whole organization, your business model, your technology to go on this journey. Because it's not just resource time, it's financial impacts as well. And you have to be, but there's light at the end of the tunnel. I'll just put it that way. Technology, technical integration. That's another challenge. Like there is, because these are new, and we're talking about new concept, new paradigm. So there's not existing paradigm of ATM integration. So these are new things. So it's not like guideline. You do check, and you're done. Earlier today, we had debates about CIS, and when I talk to different member states, there are different interpretations of CIS all over the place. So how do you define what ATM integration is needed in which market, and what is the minimum set? So defining those. Compliance, meeting stringent data security requirements. And this, fortunately, we had as a company because we had other certifications, but cybersecurity is just one aspect of it. Other aspects of security have to be, you have to think through all the process. You're at an organizational level, quality level, configuration management, all aspects have security touch points. So you have to look at that. And one of the biggest challenges we had is there was no testing criteria to use as a baseline. How are we going to test it? What are the test cases? Because typically when you're doing something, you have test cases, scenario 1, scenario 2, done, pass, fail, pass, fail. It's not like we had a pass, fail criteria. So we are working in a collaborative fashion with the EASA here, defining what are those pass, fail criteria, what do we need to do? And you have to get away from that mindset of doing minimal, because a lot of people try to find loopholes and say, I'll do the minimal to get the check mark, but this is aviation. So minimal is not good enough. So it's always, you have to go above and beyond. So that's something we learned as well. And I'll tell you, I'll be honest, and I'm not trying to flatter these guys, but as an organization, we have been at this for a while. So if you Google, we'll be at it for 16 months or longer. I'll tell you, as an organization, we have become a better organization than when we went into the process. Just as an organization, we have evolved as an organization. So you learn a lot and you grow as an organization. Next slide, please. Preparing for certification. So you have to look at different aspects. As you know, for those of you who have looked at the certification criteria and things, and if different member states, they have to follow the same regulation and guidelines. And some of the ANSPs may be familiar with this. But some of the things we have to pay special attention to is operational risk assessment. Look at extensive documentation from a risk assessment, your risk mitigation plans, your requirements traceability. Then documentation, you have to create concise operational procedures, which it's kind of a catch-22, like egg or chicken kind of thing. There are no designated use space airspaces. There are no operational flights, but you have to come up with some models that you can hypothesize on and then work towards that. Agility in implementation, that works to our strength, actually. It's much faster for us to make decisions and move quickly as opposed to a big organization. That has really helped us, because if we decide something, Stefan tells me, and if I happen to be on the call, I don't have to have 10 meetings to decide. We just decide and we do it. So that is for anyone that's a small entity thinking of doing that, that's a strength. Don't underestimate that. External support. So when you don't have support in-house, don't hesitate to engage external support. We did in some cases. We are fortunate enough to have most of it in-house, but in some cases you may need to get some external help to help you with the process. The biggest challenge, I kind of touched on that, it's hypothetical use space right now. There isn't one. So you kind of have to make assumptions about this hypothetical use space and demand and build your whole business model ConOps around it. That's been a very challenging process, and we've gone through a bunch of iteration. I think we are finally at a point we have something realistic at this point, which we believe we can go to market with. What are some of the recommendations? Look at incremental certification, right? You don't want to, there are 4 mandatory services, 2 optional services. To be honest, I would not go for all services. I would use an incremental approach so that you learn, and instead of, it's like, how do you eat an elephant, 1 bite at a time? That's what I would do. So we use an incremental, start with basic and scale up. Leverage external expertise, we already talked about that. Collaborative engagement with regulators. This is very important. I think Stefan and Darren both touched on it, is familiarization, because they don't know. They're also learning as a thinker. For them to create criteria for doing these audits and assessments and certification, they need to know how your processes work, how your systems operate. So having these initial familiarization meetings, even before you get into the certification, is very important. So doing that more frequently. You have to build relationships. One of the other things, this is something we experienced in the session an hour or so back, alignment with the rest of the industry and trade group. Like, how do we harmonize? Because if we are, as industry, if we are putting in the effort to get certified, do we want to get certified and build technology that only works in one market or one member state? Or do we want to have standardized, harmonized, otherwise, if we do it for one market, we might have pack up the bag, shut down the business and go home today. So that's very important. You have to focus on interoperability and seamless integration of use space systems. And it is a viability question for use space. It's not a fun, but what happens is people look at it more as a bread bowl discussion. It's my turf versus your turf. But I think we need to, as an industry, move past that and look at what does it really truly mean to scale this. Next slide. So I had said, when I sent slides to Maria, I had sent the slide and said, these are for some slides for roles and responsibilities, some for this one. So I think they all ended up. But in this case, this slide is kind of a slightly different view of what Danny presented earlier, but you can see it is basically, it has all the, what this lines up in our view is with exactly with the use space regulation, how the use space regulation is written. And this is kind of the same architecture that's going through certification right now. And it's not a matter of how we are exchanging it. Are we exchanging information in line with the regulation? What are the mandatory services? What are the optional services? And what are the value-added services that the USSPs may offer? Because at the end of the day, as USSPs, as you're scaling your business, you're not just going to rely on mandatory services. Yeah, that's fine. And this is just a description of that, so we can skip that one. So once we get certified, as part of our ConOps, we have to kind of declare which markets are we going to offer services initially. I'm not going to tell you all the markets, but I'll tell you one that we have talked about previously. So Switzerland happens to be one of the markets. It's not the only market in Europe, but it happens to be one of the markets. So Larissa is somewhere in the room, I think. So thank you, Foka, for allowing me to steal your slide. So this is the slide for a use space in Zurich. It's going to be in control zone. And this is kind of the definition of the use space. It extends 17 by 10 kilometers. It's 3 kilometers from Zurich International Airport, and it goes up to 2,500 feet AMSL. And as you can see, based on their prognosis, you're looking at around 200,000 US operations by 2035, 40 flights every few hours. And airspace risk assessment has already been done. It's pretty close to getting finalized. And I don't want to speak. Yes, she's nodding her head. So yes, it's supposed to be done any day now. And so hopefully by the time we get certified, hopefully this airspace risk assessment is done and there's a use space where we can offer services versus waiting. Some of the other aspects for air and ground risk scenarios and barriers that were captured, risk scenario analysis that was done, effectiveness of barriers, and some of the challenges that were identified, reliability of traffic information service due to radar shadows, data relay latency and such. And then operation response in SORA is addressed, but must be incorporated as a use space risk. I'll just leave it there. For the next step, I think this is the last slide, so I'll just spend a minute on this. So in terms of the next steps in Switzerland, you have ongoing efforts, refining performance requirements for UAS, USSPs, and the use-based systems in general, and the regulatory consideration. How do you collaborate with ATC? How do you integrate the SORA operator and traffic information standardization services as well? And hopefully this should line up with the regulations, the way it's being laid out, airspace risk assessment, and the implementation as well. With that, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ami, for the insights on how it goes the certification with EASA. And now we go to Alberto Iovino on how goes the certification with ENAC.
Thank you. As I intended to stick to my 5-minute slot, I condensated a relatively long story in 2 slides. So anything you want to go deeper into, we might do it afterwards, either here as far as practicable or later on through any local channel. Basically, we started the certification process both, as it was mentioned, as single CISP and as USP service provider into different moments in time. We were designated by the Italian authority to be the single CISP in Italy as a group. INAV is a holding encompassing DFlight is one of them. So we were designated as a group and we responded, say, okay, DFlight is going to do it. And this was last year. And so we almost immediately replied to the designation in order to formally accept the designation by submitting a certification request. The first phase of the certification process wasn't that fast, so the real activities started this year, I would say. This year also we applied to be a space service provider. So I tried to condensate in one single slide the two lists of items just highlighting a few differences. Yeah, thank you very much. Just highlighting a few differences. Of course, the authority established certification teams for the two certifications, and we did the same. And I would say this is the first lesson that I would share. Of course, I understand what Amit said about it's a different story for big, medium, small organizations. We, being a relatively big organization, may follow this line of conduct, and we decided to establish certification team with just a few people who are capable to be, the focal and reference point, and to collect expertise from anyone else in the organization who was needed for their specific set. So our experience, of course, everybody will follow their own organizational culture, but our experience is don't make huge teams. But it doesn't work. Just try and create a positive relationship within your certification team and the competent authority team. And that will be the one, interfacing and discussing, and that will make them avail themselves of any contribution within the organization as needed. Of course, we started with a checklist. So we have all the requirements, we have all the AMCs. We look at GMs whenever useful, of course. And for example, a really good example is the ConOps, which has a dedicated GM, which really looks like an AMC. You have a list of items that you have to cover. So our ConOps is structured in accordance with the GM. And we started working on the items in the checklist. Very important, we agreed a roadmap. This is really important because the competent authority wants to see that things are not progressing randomly. They want to see that you're clear in your mind where you're going and whether you're what things are ready, what things are still work in progress, where you believe you will need more time, and where you believe you will be able to deliver soon. Of course, the roadmap shall be flexible, because while you're doing things may change, but you always have to be in agreement with your certified competent authority on when they have to expect something, and of course try to stick to the milestones as well as practicable, because it puts you in a more credible position. Deliverables, as was already mentioned, are of different kinds. You're all familiar with that. That's a huge paperwork, so to say, part. So you have to tell your competent authority how you're organized, what your management systems, the economics, the technical specifications. You have to work on a credible business plan, and you all know this is one of the tough tasks currently, because there are uncertainties on how is it going to work, and we have a few words on that at the end of the slide. Of course, you have to make them familiar with the platform, and we'll touch this in the next slides, but you have to develop two separate platforms, because of course you have to ensure a fair approach to the market, being both CISP and the space service provider. We'll see it in a very short while. But we realized with them that there could be several steps of familiarization with the platform, but in the end, the authorities wants to see the whole picture. So they asked, okay, that's fine. We've seen this function today. We've seen this function tomorrow, but then we want to see the whole system at work. And of course, this is somehow a difference between what we did when we certified ourselves as a navigation service provider, because the Single European Sky rules came on services which were already there. So we have a long-established tradition providing air navigation services, and they could come to any airport, to any area control center, and see what we were doing. Here we don't have airspace active at the time of certification, so it's or even before. So it's a different story, but they want to see the whole picture. Our deadline is still by the end of November, which is very short ahead. The process is quite advanced, but of course not everything is set. So the deadline is still there, and we'll do our best to stick to the deadline. Just a few words on the business model. We agreed
It was agreed at state level and it was mentioned variously during the day, during yesterday and today's panels. CISP can more easily be looked at from a public interest perspective. It's an enabler. It's an infrastructure which is enabling, services and operations. So this was somehow covered in the public funds. Of course, in perspective, even CISP in Italy is not intended to be a public, funded thing, but will have to be able to walk on its own legs through users' fees. This is the case from the very beginning for use-based service provision, non-public fund on use-based service provision. If you want to do it, it's a private investment. And that's what is happening in the country. Lessons learned. It was mentioned before, of course, that is true. Already being a certified organization and moreover, an aviation certified organization is a good starting point, is an advantage. That's undeniable. We already have management systems. We already have established relationships and communication channels with our competent authority, which is the Civil Aviation Authority. It helps a lot. And we also could get advantage of this on the second bullet to ensure fairness and functional and financial separation between CISP, USSP, and air navigation service provider, because we have to do it organizational level and financial level. So basically what we are doing is on the management system, we are taking advantage of anything that we may centralize, because we believe you don't need to create redundant management systems when it's not needed, but you definitely have to separate operations and finance. So that's the way you organize. You cannot cross-feed the activity. You cannot mix, the money which is coming in and the money you're spending for sending provision. One thing that we have to face, we were discussing this also in this case, is the fact that some items in the certification are linked to an express risk assessment. And it's something that has to be dealt with because you get performance requirements from ANARA, which means that your general initial certification is linked to a specific use case. But if you don't have a specific use case, you might be in trouble. And of course, there could be solutions found to this. We have one use case we're working on, which is also a part of an express risk assessment, which is in an advanced level, but this is an issue that you might face in your various experience. It was mentioned by Darren, do not underestimate the insurance item because you must have insurance coverage. And the broker will be in trouble. They will start asking questions that you might not be able to answer. They want to know what kind of risks you're getting insured against, what kind of damage you may cause, and what's the economic value of the damage you may cause. And you can just one-to-one transpose the insurance you have as a navigation service provider if you have one, or as a drone operator if you have one. So one thing that I might suggest is look at how an insurance of the US operator is constructed, because basically the risks are the same. What changes is the perspective. You're not the one who's going to suffer the accident, but you're the one that might have a contribution in causing the accident by the way you provide services. And last thing about the insurance, if you're able to get it, try and have a scalable stepped coverage, because most probably you will start with a low density of operations, and then hopefully the density of operations will increase. You don't want to renegotiate your insurance coverage every time. So you don't need to start now for 1,000 operations a month, which will cost a lot. But if you start with a low number of operations and your operations increase, then you will find yourself in trouble because your insurance is not covering what you're doing. General issues, there are some European standards to be compliant with that requires more time. It's been discussed a lot. And of course, you want to accommodate the first comers in one new space. So stepped approach to manage complexity, start simple, and that's what we're trying to do in Italy. Small, relatively not complicated volume of airspace. The relationship with the competent authority is crucial. If you are able to do this thing together, you will find agreed solutions for all the issues which are on the table, and that's our experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alberto, for the guitarist, the IT system. Okay, so thank you very much for the insights on how your experience on the certification. Now I need to stop this and go to the question. We have little time, but I think it's okay. No, I'm not sure. Present. And now I go back and I will share with you what we have. So, is there a difference between a certification by the EASA and one by the NAA? You both need to undergo a verification process at national level before being able to provide service. So is there a difference?
Non, alors je should not. So, effectively, we may have differences. I stand up to liaison. Effectively, we may have differences because we have 13 member states, we have different level of expertise or experience. So, practically, yes, that may exist. But ultimately, no, it must be the case. We need to follow the same processes to guarantee, as I said yesterday, the mutual trust in the certificate. If one country, we have a very different way to certify what is the credit that we can get from the certificate. So the activities should be the same. We already have the ACGM giving a framework. Like say, for instance, by Alberto, the GM that you have for the CONOPS, etc., are there to provide the frameworks. And meanwhile, we are working with the member states in a frame of task force in order to harmonize the practices. That's something we are tackling ahead of time in order to make sure that when certification will occur, and that was the case with France, then we will have the same processes. Ultimately, the standardization inspection will be there. It will take some laps if there is any to detect. But to answer, no, the procedure should be the same.
So,
complementary answer.
Complementary question.
Follow up to this question. To this response.
Okay.
So, what I understand for getting the certification, you need to, your principal place of operation is what you consider, right? For established business, right? Now, for any European company, if your country is not progressing enough, you cannot go to EASA to get certified because it's only for outsiders, right? So then where should one go? Move the principal place of business to some other country? How are you solving that?
So here we are discussing, but just transfer. We are solving that by what I said yesterday, the standardization inspection. The member states must fulfill their legal obligation established by the 664, starting from the designation of the competent authorities to dispose with. So that's the first obligation. If they do that, and indeed there are some countries that you are well aware that are not doing that should go through a finding against the member state, and ultimately something even more stringent in terms of infringement procedure. But it's not a matter of certification per se, it's a matter of satisfaction of the European regulation by the member state. So,
why don't we open it?
Say it again.
Why can't EASA be open to anybody who wants to come in? If your members country is not ready, then why can't EASA also open when you're open to outside?
Because we have all the responsibilities and we must fulfill them. EASA can be the recipient of all the issues of the member states. However, there is a bigger waiver with caveat there. There is a possibility to come to EASA, but for that you need to demonstrate that you will provide services. Really demonstrate, it's not by default that you are coming to us. That you will provide services in multiple European countries. In that case, you are eligible to discuss with us. And it's an agreement with the national authorities anyway. It's not because you do that directly you come to EASA. We need to find an agreement with the national authorities. And if anyway there is nobody to discuss with, that will not happen. So there is really a matter, I know that, not in your country, but not only, certainly, it's not really a matter of certification. Yeah.
Lastly,
it's way down on it.
If I may complement, I mean, it's at the moment, the resources availability within the EASA are also limited. So if you will find an agreement for opt-in with the national, so you will put them in a waiting list, which is because of the resources, of course, is one could say, yeah, we can work with other authorities in order to but this will take still time until we are able to, to have those partnership agreements to work with other authorities like DAREN, like FOCA, to be able to then do this cross expertise for the certification. So by that time, then we hope that the member states in question would have already have a certification authority and then engage in what we are not at the moment very active, but we need to reactivate again is the task force. What really encourage all the colleagues is that we are working in the task force in which we try to really change as much as possible between the authorities, that the certification then is the same. And that it helps also for a change of expertise among the authorities. Yeah.
I think you understand from somebody who is ready to operate, but is now limited by the principal place of business because your national authority is not, let's say, moving at the same speed, and EASA is not ready either because of resources. So where does one go? Well, one of the pillars that you said yesterday is implementation. So how do you move forward on that?
You move your company to
another country.
That's exactly what I mean.
You have some example here. It's based on the headquarters of your company. So if you move your company, you change the certification.
Okay, I have a question to Darren. There was we mentioned something about the management of change request when the USSP moves to another use space, and then he said ARA would have an effect on that. That was kind of new to me. I thought once there's a certification, then maybe some items will need to be adapted in the system, but that would result in a change request. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that, and then I have a short follow-up question.
Because we choose the strategy to pass through the certificate, the change management procedure. Right now we don't have any ARA. There's with the ARA we have some requirements for the USSPs, and because in some use space you have one ARA, you have a different one from I don't know, from Switzerland, for example, from France. So it can be different, and specification can be different. So with the change review, we can see that our USSPs can manage the change. They can answer to and be conformant to the specification. That's why we choose the job.
So the initial certification is not a blanket certification. It's going to be recertified for each new use space.
Not really. That's what I said. We already had a work on the safety assessment, the safety support assessment, and all the methodology which helps in the change management procedures. They have some processes linked to the use-space, airspace integration. So every element can help into the appreciation of the change management procedure.
Okay, and then a second more general question would be on the certification. You said you're coming from an ATM background, then nobody has experience in USP certification, obviously. But it's hard for me to grasp without the expertise of the knowledge of the use-based context to then be a certification agent, so to say. How would you reconcile that? How did you reconcile that?
Yeah, I had the help, big help of Antoine Martin, which is a big expert of the use-based concept. So I worked a lot with him, and what I said, I participate in the task force and workshop, so it helps a lot in the comprehension of the use space. Without it, only with the regulation, you have to. It's hard to understand all the concept of use space, and that's why we exchange a lot with EASA, and it's a lot of collaboration between EASA and
Thank you.
There is so okay. You may ask or reply. Okay. To reply the next question.
It's important to answer to something, and I have to push the comment of Larissa because that's very important. Something that I said yesterday that is not yet totally ready is what we call the onboarding process. So just to clarify, yes, the certificates must be recognized from one country to the other. When an authority has given a certificate, the other authorities must not challenge the certificate itself, and certainly not pre-perform the certification. That's the last thing we want. So we want to trust each authority and to ensure, again, the free movement of USSP based on the certificate. Anyway, as you are hearing, we may have specificities and different performance requirements from one use space airspace to another, especially moving from one country to the other. So for that, we need to create a process which allows to integrate the new SSP in a new environment against the new type of performance requirements. That's the thing we are discussing. You already have a provision of that on the AMCGM to the Article 7. Asking the SSP, for instance, to make a gap analysis. I have a set of performance requirements, but it's a delta. Insurance coverage is a good point to add. I already noted that in the awarding process I am proposing to member state. And we would like to request receiving authority, equal authority for your space to make an assessment of that data, make sure that anyway they are satisfied of the integration of the new system. It may also include tests with the new single system or between the other USSPs, make sure that the interoperability is satisfied. So we are trying to minimize this process with the last mile of tests to be presented to the receiving authority. All the rest will continue to be dealt with the certification authority. So as I said by Darren, if you need to change something, you go back to the certification authority.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Alonso and Nairo, right? Just a question for the certification process, maybe to Stefan and Darren. Is it possible just to draw a line between, the entity that is being certified from the system? I mean, this is the case that normally, when we come to the certification, we can just put under the armpit just with a system. But sometimes maybe the USSP wants to make, call for tender just for a system. And maybe it could be wise just to have, okay, this manufacturer has got, I don't know, a compliant system or whatsoever. Because it is different. So one is the operator of the system, responsible just for the service, but you could just make use of different, offers from the manufacturers. It is possible just to draw that line and separate, okay, you have the manufacturer, this is compliant, whatever, and then the USSP got the certification with this or that compliant system.
I mean, this is what we are doing today in the ATM framework. So we have certified systems, and we're going to have certified systems, certified providers, but already it's gonna be extremely difficult, but we will try to get a level of urbanization that allows for that. Probably in the future it will be an objective or at least a possibility, but today at the moment we certify the approach is certified organization with the system. I mean, it's something if for us EASA, so as far as we see of course the benefit to their technology providers that they may say okay but so that as industry, if you want to go in this path, of course we need to have the enabled regulatory framework, and then we need to work like in the ATM. We need to have certification specifications for those systems, and see how we combine the two.
No, the point is not to go to that certification as such, but it might be kind of a compliance.
Yeah, we have different, I call it certification,
Okay.
there are different tools. You can have declaration of compliance, you can have statement verification assessments. So we can call it whatever, but at the end it's a process that can check that a system will, in the limits of the verification, is past certain criteria, as you have said. We need to, of course, see, because as Amin said, I mean, we are also learning that without a new space out of space with a concrete area and specific performance requirements, at the moment we need to make a lot of assumptions and try to create what is the criteria. Again, what are we evaluating in the system? So we need to make a lot of assumptions.
Yeah, it's not the key criteria.
At the moment.
There are so many other things to do.
I think we don't give Sebastian an answer on how much it costs. He already asked twice. So can someone said at the moment your expectations?
Unless somebody has figures, I don't have them. It's already late. I can share a couple of calculations, but I don't have figures yet. It's a complex thing.
Okay, but is it not the part of the process that you present the business case? So
okay. Now I see where you're
But it's not public.
It's not
public. So it's not public, and what we do is the soundness of the approach. Yes, the price can be anything, but we are on the building blocks and the soundness of the approach, etc. So we are not here to say, that's a good price or not a good price, or you will not be able because it's not enough. No,
probably Sebastian is coming because in NSP world, the cost of the unit cost is publicly available, but we are not. We are in a private entity. It's
understood. But I saw
commercial, so
as we discussed also earlier, and everybody is really wonder how much it costs, so we can at least grasp the numbers or range.
So, thank you very much.